We are unavailable to take your call. Please leave a message. Thank you for calling.
Okay, we all set to go? Oops.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that. That was by answering machine.
Oh, okay. All righty. We're all set to go, right? Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I'll call this December 3rd, 2020 County Commission regular session to order. Would Commissioner Nolan lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move into approval of the minutes. November 5th, regular meeting minutes.
I'll move approval of the November 5th meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay. Motions on the floor, approve regular meeting minutes, November 5th, 2020. Questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. November 19th minutes.
So moved.
I'll second that, but I do have a minor correction. The top of page 5. Motion by Mr. Compton to approve the increase of deputy maximum leave accrual to 300 hours. Motion is seconded and, we need to say unanimously approved is the way I remember that. So that's just a...
And this is Patsy. And while I did miss the meeting, I did listen to the webcast. I watched the webcast, so I am not going to recuse myself from voting on the minutes.
Okay. So Commissioner Compton made the motion and I seconded it with a correction. Everybody okay with that correction?
Yes.
Yep.
And ready to vote? Okay. Motion is to approve the November 19th meeting minutes with noted correction. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Approval of requisitions, December 3rd, 2020.
I'll move to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ralph. No, I did the last one. Go ahead.
I'll move to approve the. No, let me make sure I'm the right thing here. Requisitions for December 3rd, and I believe in the amount of $53,232.64.
No, I think you've got the account payable.
I've had trouble printing these off, and I apologize that. Patsy,
Okay.
go ahead and do it again.
Okay, I'll move that we approve requisitions for December 3rd in the amount of $44,784.66.
Second. Okay. The motion is before us to approve requisitions for December 3rd, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving down to accounts payable, November 26, 2020.
I'll move to approve accounts payable for November 26, 2020 in the amount of $431,965.90.
Second.
Okay. Do we have any questions or discussion on the motion? I will note that my name is on that list for accounts payable, and that's for a health reimbursement thing, but I'll go ahead and vote on it since it's a group approval. The motion is to approve accounts payable for November 26, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Accounts payable December 3rd, 2020.
I'll try that again. I'll move to approve accounts payable for December 3rd, 2020 in the amount of $53,232.64. $1,062.64.
Second?
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Motion is to approve accounts payable December 3rd, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're down to manual checks for November 27th, 2020.
I'll move we approve manual checks for November 27th, 2020 in the amount of $1,400.
I'll second that. If there's no questions or discussion, we'll go ahead to vote for manual checks, approval of manual checks November 27th, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Manual checks for December 4th.
I move approval of manual checks for December 4th in the amount of $270.
I'll second that. We always like small amounts.
Yes.
All those in favor of approving manual checks for December 4th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Payroll for November 25th, 2020.
I'll move we approve payroll for November 25th, 2020 in the amount of $279,275.32.
Second?
The motion before us is approve payroll for November 25th, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Grove, County Administrator, do we have any changes to the agenda?
So can you hear me okay? Okay.
I can.
I tried to interrupt you on November 19th. I'm not sure what was going on in the approval of the minutes, but actually we need to go back to the change that you made. It was my recollection that we did allow the deputies to carry over 300 hours, but that's not indefinitely. That is just until they would need to have their balance in compliance with the county policy or the state code January 1, 2022. And I do recall because that was part of the motion at the meeting,
Right.
because I brought it up so that we had an end date to that, to allow them to carry over in excess of the 240 hours provided by state code.
Yes,
So-
I recall that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. So that detail just not the whole detail, but just the
Yeah.
dates probably need to be incorporated in the minutes.
So what would you suggest, and this is on page 5 of the minutes, to increase the deputy maximum leave accruals to 300 hours through a certain date or
Yeah,
until?
through December 31, 2021. Yes,
All right, that's through December 31, 2021, correct?
that's correct. Yes.
Right.
Okay. I'm just, since that's pretty important detail, let's go back and vote on that amendment, just so we have it down solid. So I'll make the motion that the minutes for Thursday, November 19th, 2020 be amended with the correction at the top of page 5. Motion by Mr. Compton to approve the increase of deputy maximum leave accrual to 300 hours through December 31st, 2021.
Second?
All right. Is that enough clarity for everybody? All those in favor of the amendment to the November 19th meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I knew there was a date and I couldn't remember what it was, so I didn't bring it up, but I should have.
Okay. And then and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack you, but that you guys were going through the agenda so efficiently that I thought I'd just wait until announcements to bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. It would end then. Sorry, Michelle. It
Yeah.
ends on 12/31/2021. That's the last day. Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Then for announcements, apologize for that. There is, we received information from the Sheriff's Department that they have a grant that we've included in correspondence, and they actually would like you to act on that grant because of the turnaround. We didn't receive, I don't think, an agenda request for it, but they need you to go ahead and vote on it today. And it is in the agenda, only it's in correspondence. So if you did that, we'd have to act on it, and then I would recommend putting it on the next agenda for ratification of that, because we don't indicate on the agenda that we're going to be taking action.
and we can discuss that under the sheriff's appointment time, correct? Yes, shaking his head. Okay, now,
And those are the only announcements that I have.
all right, how about public comment? Do we have any folks?
We have someone with their hand raised, I think. We do have people with their hands raised. And for anyone else who's listening, if you're an attendee in the meeting, if you would like to make public comment, you just need to use the raise your hand icon. You can also send me a message, and I will unmute you so that you can make public comments. So you can have two options: click on the little hand, or send me a chat and let me know that you're interested in making public comments. Our first person that we have who wishes to make public comment is Effie Callis.
Go ahead, Ms. Callis.
I'm okay. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
sorry about that. That was a little bit my fault.
That's okay. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you all this way. I appreciate it and love the tech. I sent, the League of Women Voters sent an email, and it's in your packet. It's toward the end. And so I'm just here this morning to request that a workshop be held with the county commissioners on the broadband study, along with that committee and the advisors that have been working with the committee. There's a lot, as you know, of interest in the broadband and its study and what will happen. And if we could have a workshop so that there's a free flow of questions and answers, I think that it would go a long way toward informing the public and also getting feedback both ways. So that's why I'm here this morning, to request a workshop in the future on this issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Ms. Grove, anybody else?
Okay. We also have the clerk of the county commission, Jackie Shadle. I'm going to unmute her. Jackie, it says you're self-muted, so I need you to unmute yourself, and then you should be good to go.
Ms. Shadle, the floor is yours anytime.
It says she's self-muted.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Apparently she inadvertently raised her hand.
Okay.
Sorry about that. All right. Let me go through here again and make sure we don't have anyone else. Is there anyone else interested in making public comments? Got a fair amount of attendance, but a lot of them are county employees. So, all right, I don't see any other takers for public comment.
Okay, we'll move ahead, and if by some possibility you want to make public comment and we've missed you for some technical reason or something like that, please try to join the meeting and raise your hand and we'll come back to you. So I am moving ahead to agenda item number 1 with the sheriff. You have the floor, Mr. Daugherty.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do want to comment about the PRO grant that you do have in correspondence. And like many of these things, I brought to your attention at the last meeting that we had seen a release that had been approved. You've now received the information. Quite frankly, I'm not exactly sure why you have to vote to do it again, since you're getting exactly what you applied for in the grant. But if you will allow yourself to sign it, and so you can put it on the agenda for formal approval on the 17th, that would be fine. But we have to get it back to Charleston. And our concern is if it didn't get on until the next agenda, and then we had to wait a few days, we might miss the deadline for getting it back. So however you want to address it is fine. We just want to make sure we get the money. The other is, and I don't know if you'll have action, but I guess Michelle's going to be talking to you about the health insurance premium. The good news is I don't have any personal interest in this, but obviously you have a number of employees. So if there is a way to give the employees a holiday, if you will, with the money been rebated back, that would be terrific. And I'm assuming Michelle is on the line, but I think we have gone back and forth and we've fixed the line item for part-time bailiffs, and that the request is to increase that line item by $30,000, and that should solve our problem going forward with it.
So is that additional funding or just rearranging your line items within your budget?
This would be additional funding because of the COVID requirements.
Right.
And we have received reimbursement from the state, so I am able to offset that with the revenue that we receive. So it is budget neutral. It is an increase to this line item, but I do have a revenue to offset it.
Well,
Okay.
and I have a question about that too, and it has to do with, I mean, it would be a temporary, like a one-time expenditure. Is that correct? Or one
That's
time?
correct. It wouldn't move forward into the next fiscal year. It's just because of the COVID and the increased number of bailiffs that he's needed, not only at the courthouse for testing, but at other locations for elections and jury selection.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Right. Yeah. So I guess that'll deserve a budget note when we start working on budget in the next year.
Gosh, I'm going to miss that.
Yeah, right.
Well, I will move that we approve the increase of $30,000 to the part-time bailiff line item with the understanding that this is a one-time contribution.
Second.
Okay. Motion is before us. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor of increasing part-time bailiff line item 30,000, a one-time occurrence at this point? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. And then I thought perhaps to deal with the JAG, Justice Assistance Grant Award of $15,000. For these funds will be utilized to support the position of the Prevention Resource Officer. Can we conditionally approve that and allow me to sign that, and then we can ratify that motion once we put it on next month's agenda, next meeting's agenda?
I mean, can we do that, or does it specifically have to be on the agenda?
Madam Chairman, if you would, what I'd ask you to do is to sign it. We would not send it off until after you meet next time, but
Okay,
what we want to do is make sure that it's signed so that we
right.
can get it back to Charleston timely.
Okay. All right, well then we won't take official action and just put it on the next meeting schedule. Does that work for you, Stephanie? Make sense?
Yes, does that work for the sheriff? So
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Ms. Tabb signs it now,
Right.
on the 17th, when you meet and you formally
Okay.
approve it, then we will mail it right after that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I can come in, well, it looks like we might have a long day today, but tomorrow morning and sign that if the paperwork will be at the commission office by then, sheriff, or sheriff's department's actually closer
That
for
could
me.
be at your office. At the
Okay.
commission.
All right. That works. So we won't take any action on that. We have a backup plan to make it work. Okay. Anything else, Sheriff?
No, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We will move on to agenda item number 2. Is Ms. Fields on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did talk to them well. They're going to have James sign it. I told them, sign it. We'll hold on to it on the 17th. We'll send it out.
So Pete, you're still, oh, did you mute him? Stephanie, thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Fields, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
So we have 2 estates that did not meet the deadlines for our quarterly in October that Attorney Bucky Morrow is asking to have closed before the end of the year.
Okay. Excuse me. This is my error. I'll make the motion that we convene as a fiduciary review board.
Second.
Can I have second? Motion before us is to convene as a fiduciary review board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm sorry, Ms. Fields. Go ahead.
That's okay. So we just need approval to close the estates of Gary Lee Talton and Geraldine Boyard, to approve the waiver of final settlement on the Boyard estate and to approve the, I think it's an accounting, second and final accounting on the Gary Lee Talton estate.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion that we accept and approve the final paperwork on the estates of Geraldine Boyer, deceased, and Gary Lee Talton, deceased, and approve both estates to be closed.
Yes.
Second.
All right. Do we have any questions, discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you
Anything
so
else for us?
much.
Pardon?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you get a lot of last minute requests trying to wrap up
Yes.
the end of the year. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm moving on to agenda item number 3, and I see Miss Franklin on the screen, so I assume we're ready to go. The floor is yours, Miss Franklin.
Jane, do we have to come back into regular commission again?
You're right. Keep me on my toes. Somebody make that motion.
I move that we come back into regular session.
Okay. The motion is to reconvene into regular session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now, Ms. Franklin.
Okay, I am back today I came in October and requested additional funding, a kind of a one-time funding for an additional case manager position. The commission told me to come back. We would readdress that and discuss that further. So that's why I'm back today. Since my last proposal, our referrals are still up. As many of you probably know, the court system is closed until December 6th for in-person hearings. However, the day report's still open. We're still receiving an abundance of referrals daily. Since we last talked, this is a little bit over a month and a half. We've offered 1,032 interventions, and that's therapy, that's doctor's appointments, psychiatry appointments, case management services. And the case managers have conducted 330 drug tests in a month and a half. And that's a lot. I only have a couple of case managers over here. So, we're seeing effects of the COVID fatigue, for lack of better terms, as we're open 6 days a week, increased needs from our clients as well. So again, I would like you to consider that at least a one-time 50,000 increase, which would include benefits. That would cover us until we can seek additional funding to hopefully add that position permanently.
I would, I know you need help, but I want to, I guess, ask our finance director, is there any way that with documentation of increased cases, as a result of COVID, we could get any reimbursement for this expense or not? I mean, I know I may be, being creative, but I'm just trying to make sure we cover all our bases too.
This is the second time they've come to you with this request. And the first time that they came to us with this request, I did ask the state auditor's office, the contact that I have there for our CARES Act reimbursement, if this was something that would qualify, and she indicated that it would not.
Yeah.
This would be something that they would need to apply for a grant through either DHS, Department of Homeland Security, or through, I don't remember what the other agency was, but I think it was related to maybe social services or the health department. I think it might've been health department. But they indicated that this would not qualify for CARES Act grants that we have available to us, but
Yeah.
other agencies may have that type of CARES Act funding. We do not.
Okay, thank you for that clarification and probably a repeat of what you told me before, but I couldn't remember the details. Yeah.
Well, and I, in the agenda packet, we have a lot of requests coming up for funding for various agencies that really don't have any other source of revenue during this time, and also most likely don't qualify for CARES Act funding or other grants. And so I would like to wait until we see where we are at the end of the day, literally today, before we take any kind of action on this. I mean, I would like to provide that funding, but we have people coming in to request positions that are essential to the services that are provided, and those are things we also need to consider today too. So as much as I would like to say yes, I know we have provided the Day Report Center with $150,000 a year for the last several years. And, if there's another way that you can get this funding, Kelly, I would like to see you attempt that, especially if there are other grants that may possibly be available. So for now, I'm going to say that we don't take any action on this until we see where we are.
So
Okay.
Are you suggesting, I'm just asking clarification from Commissioner Nolan, that we put this item toward the end of our agenda after we hear all these other requests?
Well, yes, and I would, of course, like to hear from Michelle as well.
Okay.
Well, we already did, but she would have to, if we do this, she would have to, right now, I would say no. I may change my mind by the end of the day, depending upon where we are financially.
Yeah. And Ms. Franklin, I'm just curious if this is a one-time, assistance, if we move forward with it, can you hire somebody, and just say, this is all the money we have. This is, your position is not permanent?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that's what we do with all of our positions now. Most of our positions are grant funded. We apply for grants every year. I have one outstanding now that we're waiting on, but due to, COVID and other restrictions, it's been, 4 months past the time it was supposed to be funded. So I'm kind of in that holding pattern, which also brings me to, the $150,000 you all just spoke about. We're still waiting on our second quarter allotment. So I didn't know if, in the third quarter should be issued soon. So do you know, I guess that would be a Ms. Gordon question, when we could expect that second quarter allotment? And yes, this would be a one-time request. I mentioned that to begin with, that, we'll certainly find a way. The referrals may go down, but right now, due to the court situation and of course, last time I submitted the letter of support from Judge Hammer, the requests and the referrals are up.
Yeah. I understand that. I consider, some people wouldn't. I consider myself normal, but I feel stressed too. So, I know that'll give a lot of people conversation that I consider myself normal, but that's okay. Hopefully, I'm going to suggest then that we talk about this later after we get through some other stuff, but to get your one question answered, is Ms. Gordon on the line and can tell Ms. Franklin when she will get her quarterly distribution of funds? And she may not have that information right on hand. Michelle?
The quarterly distribution of fund, that's normally handled by Sandy. Let me take a look in the system. I can reach out to Kelly later and let her know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
have the information.
Well, I didn't expect you to have that information right at your hands, but I wanted to bring it up so I wouldn't forget to ask the question. So, Ms. Franklin, I can't tell you what time, but we'll take this item up again toward the end of our agenda. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
This is Commissioner Compton. I have a few comments, if I may.
Sure.
So, just from my standpoint, I feel like this is something that should be addressed during budget session. And if we subsequently do approve this, are we going to approve other positions that have been held back at elected officials' offices? I recognize the Day Report Center does a great job and needs the help, but we are currently holding positions back and not filling them in elected official offices. Are we going to allow those as well if we allow this?
Okay. Any other comments?
My view is that it'd be nice if Congress had passed this new CARES Act. I hear they're planning on it, but who knows when. You feel more comfortable knowing that there's money coming in, even though not just meant for budget, but would put the county in a better financial position. If they pass it and the next meeting comes up, I would be more willing to look at funding like this. Yeah. But I'm afraid if they don't pass it come December 31st, we may have a small cliff to fall off of.
And if you want my recommendation now, my recommendation for outside agencies is no at this point, primarily because we are going into a second wave of the pandemic. We don't know what closures are coming up. I actually also received word last night about 8 o'clock that the CARES Act funding that the state had available has almost reached its max, meaning that we're probably not going to get reimbursed for December and maybe not even November's expenditures because they've almost reached that max. So I need to submit invoices as I receive them now so that we can kind of get on that first come, first served basis. So my recommendation for any outside agency is going to be no at this point.
Okay. Well, we are in a difficult situation as many others are. So, but we'll we'll bring this back up at the end of the day, Ms. Franklin. Okay?
Okay. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you. We are really far ahead, and this is for an interview and appointment. Stephanie is, I think we only have one applicant. I'm on, just for the public, I'm on agenda item number 4. Interview appointment. We can come back to it if Mr. Harris is not online.
I do not see him in the list of attendees. Let me go over here and have two separate lists here to look at. No, ma'am, I don't see him yet.
Okay. Well, I've looked at a few of the items under new business. I think we could pick those up right now. Item number 14, certification of the 2020 general election. Oh, this is for federal and state elections. So we have to do this so then that the federal and state election results can be finalized.
Yes. So remember when we certified the county results, we could not certify the state and federal results because not all of the counties had finished their canvas. There's Nikki, so I'll let her.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nikki. Yeah, I'm jumping around. So go ahead and explain the process to us.
So what is left are the races that you could not do the first time. So president, US Senator, any of the federal races, and then all of the statewide races. So Secretary of State, Auditor, Governor, those are the races, Treasurer, Commissioner of Agriculture, and Attorney General. Those just need to be certified.
Okay. Well, I move that we certify the general election of 2020 results for federal and state elections as presented in our agenda packet.
Second.
Okay. You have any questions or discussion on that? All those in favor of certifying the 2020 general election results for federal and state elections, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So we officially done with the 2020 election, Nikki?
We are officially done.
Yeah. This is one you should write up in your diary and explain the challenges of it. So thank you and the entire staff for all their hard work. I know all hands were on board. So
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to under new business, item number 15, approval of the 2021 holiday schedule.
I move that we approve the 2020 holiday schedule as presented in the agenda packet.
Second.
Okay. Have any discussion? It's pretty pro forma. So the motion before us is to approve the 2021 county holiday schedule as outlined in our agenda packet. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Alrighty, we're still a little early for, we're still very early for that interview.
I think you could go ahead and take, if Michelle's ready, we could go ahead
Yeah,
and do.
that's where I was going to move
Okay.
next. Yeah. I was just checking the time. Is Michelle online? And I'm under, there's agenda item number 15, and then there's finance director. So Michelle, the floor is yours.
All right. So we did receive a little bit of good news. We received a one-time premium credit from Highmark only, not from our dental or vision or any of our other providers, but from Highmark, which is a huge amount. They gave us a one-time premium credit for December's insurance premiums. That amounts to about $207,000. Of that, about $174,000 is for the county's portion of insurance premiums. The remaining $33,000 is attributable to employee paid deductions. Now, the Department of Labor has not really issued any guidance that specifically addresses how employers are supposed to handle any COVID-19 related premium credits under ERISA. However, they have issued language regarding ERISA's fiduciary rules and how it applies to medical loss ratio rebates that employers receive under the Affordable Care Act. And while the premium credits are not exactly the same as those MLR rebates, they are going to need to follow the same general fiduciary rules, and it applies in both situations. So basically, the fiduciary rules say that for that employee portion, it becomes it is actually considered plan assets. And we as fiduciaries must make a decision on how to spend that $33,000. The Department of Labor has indicated that $33,000 must be spent within 90 days, or a decision must be made within 90 days on how it should be spent, and it must be spent for the benefit of employees.
Okay.
So we must decide how to do that. There are several different things that we could do. One would be to create a premium holiday, which basically would be over the same period. Since they're crediting us for December's premiums, employees would have a holiday for December's premiums. So they would not have health insurance withheld for 12/10 on the paychecks received on 12/10 and 12/24. Other examples of what to do with it include a reduced payroll deduction over a longer period of time, or increasing or the benefits that we currently have, or enhancing those benefits. We already offer a very rich benefit to employees. And I did do a little bit of research and found that the majority of employers who receive this type of premium credit do actually pass it on in the form of a premium holiday. So that is kind of the norm. And so that would be my recommendation as well. I just wanted to get some feedback from you as far as if you agree with that recommendation, or if you have any other suggestions for what to do with that $33,000.
No, I agree with your recommendation, Michelle. I think that makes perfect sense, and it will help employees, over the holidays get a little bit more in their paycheck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes, and
I
that's
also agree.
So I'll make the motion to approve the health insurance employee premium holiday for the month of December 2020 for existing plan participants.
and I'll second that. Yes, it's always nice to have a little extra money in your pocket while Christmas shopping. Okay. And with 9 grandchildren, and I know Patsy, you're in the same situation. I'm running up some money, some bills.
Yeah, I have a few greats in there now too, so, and more on the way.
All right. The motion before us is approve health insurance employee premium holiday for the month of December 2020 for existing plan participants. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All righty. That was nice to be able to do that and feel comfortable doing that as far as the budget.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Grove, we're still far ahead, and is Mr. Harris not available at the moment?
I do not see him on
Okay.
here. I don't know that we could do the policy in the amount of time that we have. I think that's going to take longer.
Okay.
But I have been working on, and I do not have in one document everything. This week has been a little crazy, and part of it is the reason that I'm presenting the second thing, which is the COVID quarantine and return to work, is that every time we get a COVID positive test or someone who's been exposed to a positive, I get a phone call about how to handle it. And we, which is fine. That's my job. And we handle it a little bit differently. Some of it is kind of a case by case basis, but I've been working on trying to kind of get just a general framework for like a quick cheat sheet for people to look at to say this is what happens when an employee has been exposed, and it's different for kind of just like the regular office worker versus the essential employee. There's a different standard. The CDC allows for a different standard as well. Not all of the essential shops that the county commission doesn't have direct control of have been using the CDC guidance, but we have, and particularly with our dispatchers, because we need them to answer the phone. If they're not available to answer the phone, then no one's going to respond. We're not going to be able to send anyone to respond on the other end. And we have had a few positives. It's not spread throughout the center, so who have, tested positive, picked it up outside of the center, and luckily it has not spread to other employees within the center, even shift. However, technically, the guidance for a regular employee, if you've been exposed to a COVID positive during a 12-hour shift, is you would quarantine. But we don't do that for essential employees. We ask them to self-monitor for symptoms. We're making them wear masks. We have the consoles spread out in the center, and we also have the ability to kind of sequester employees in the by using a console that's actually over in the EOC, which is in a different on the other side, basically, of where all the other dispatchers are. So that's what the CDC recommendation is for, and I have not put the essential worker into the document yet, but I'm going to just share my screen as soon as I, hold on, as soon as I minimize here. I think I have the CDC, yeah. So sharing my screen now, so you should be able to see. So this is the CDC guidance for essential workers. So this is what you do if you have been exposed to COVID-19 and you're an essential critical worker. You take your temperature before work, and we do that. We do monitor employees, and we take their temperature in the 911 center before they report to work. Wear a face mask. We're doing that. Practice social distancing. We do, if employees are symptomatic, we ask them to stay home, and we're actually asking any employee who has any symptoms when they're sick. Don't share headsets or objects near your face, and don't congregate in break rooms or other crowded places. And then the rest is for an employer, what we should do, and we're doing these things. And this is how we've handled that for essential workers. And then I have a document for every people who are not considered essential or could possibly telework from home. And I need to figure out where that is. I may have to open it. Okay, so there it is. So this is for everybody else. It goes through the symptoms. It defines what close contact is. Stay home. And also the CDC has updated their guidance now from the 14 days. So I may change that to reflect, and they just did that, I think yesterday or the day before. Work from home if you can, and that's what we've been doing, so we don't have people blowing through leave. We've asked them, if they are not symptomatic and feel good enough to work, we've asked them to work from home. Wait at least 5 days to get tested. Continue to quarantine. I think now for the negative test, again, that's 10 days, not 14 days. If you get sick, you can go back to work after 14 days. And then if you yourself test positive, stay home. If it's been at least 10 days since your symptoms started, you are fever free, and your symptoms of COVID-19 are better. So you have to have all three of those before you come back to work. And you need to stay home longer than 10 days if your symptoms are not improving or become worse. Stay apart from others and do not share anything, and tell your boss and work from home if you can. If you have COVID-19 symptoms but have tested negative, we ask people to talk to their healthcare provider. If they say you have a different illness or your symptoms or chronic condition, follow their advice for how long to stay home. If they do not know your symptoms are from other illnesses or conditions, you still stay home from work and other settings. And really, this is good advice, not just for our COVID world, but any world, because if you come to work sick, you risk spreading it to, any illness to employees. So we really don't, when we provide sick leave, and we really don't want sick people coming to work. And we don't have any healthcare workers, so I need to get rid of that. And then the next section would be the essential employees, and I'll insert the CDC guidance there for our essential employees. So I don't know that this is really a policy. I just wanted to share with you that I'm kind of working on like a quick reference guide for people to look at when they have an employee who tests positive, and also for employees to kind of reference when they are, when they're exposed or they have a positive test. And so we can kind of make sure that we're applying this consistently, and that we know how we should handle a positive test. And like I said, as we're seeing more and more employees test positive, I'm getting more and more phone calls that, hey, what do we do? How do we handle this? So that is what I wanted to share with you, and maybe just have unanimous consent for me to, clean up the document, because it does need to be cleaned up, and distribute it throughout the county for people to know, what the guidance is. And this guidance is all from either what Dr. Reedy personally has told me at the health department or the CDC guidance.
My one question is, and I think it should be outlined in this document, is who, my cat has joined me, is who is an essential employee. I feel like maintenance is. I don't know if everybody understands that, but they go out and clean the offices every evening. So
so it's probably 911, maintenance, and emergency management are our essential shops that we have. And everyone is kind of, everyone is essential. So even, in the clerk of the county commission's office during an election, all of those people were considered essential, depending upon, what's happening. And they still need to be open pursuant to the law to collect filings. They do not have the ability to basically like close the office. So,
okay, it's a little bit of a gray area.
It is, because the CDC would probably say, well, maybe the clerk of the county commission isn't, essential, but I mean, I think if you're running an election, they are, but they would, and they kind of defined it as anyone who's in like emergency response, and maintenance workers as well, like utility workers. They define that as how the CDC defines an essential worker. And there is like that gray area that says government workers. So, let's use the clerk of the county commission as an example. If she had an outbreak in her office, I think we would still want to have some of those employees still reporting, as long as they were asymptomatic, but we would do our best to distance them and have as many employees as we could work from home.
Okay, well, just my list of essential workers is, of course, E911, Homeland Security, maintenance, ESA, and the sheriff, and the deputies. Now, they are all, I would assume.
Yes. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned the sheriff's department, but yes, the ESA is as well. But the ESA is kind of governed by their own board. So I don't know that they would adopt this, though I'm perfectly willing to share it with.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Well, and I understand that for emergency situations, like for example, if something were to occur that, that you would need vital services, I think those are all a part of essential employees' job descriptions, I would imagine.
Yes.
But then, there's also another sense of that too, and is what does it take to make an office operate? How many people does it take to be efficient and even get the work done?
Right.
In an office with 10 or 15 employees, you have a better opportunity to distribute the work among those employees and still be able to complete the necessary tasks that need to be completed. So, I think essential lies in the eyes of the beholder.
Right. Yeah.
Confident that it's needed. So, but I understand for emergency purposes, I understand your definition with regard to, medical, pandemic related issues. If there were a disaster, certainly those things would have, those employees would be considered essential also.
Yes. And that's why, so it does, I mean, office size matters, because it is possible for us to have, even in an essential shop, have employees work from home if they've been exposed and still have employees report to the office. So that's why I said, even with this guidance, we really are evaluating it kind of on a case-by-case basis to say, how can we best continue to serve the public while also protecting the employees. There are some people in their job descriptions, it's clear they're essential, they're required to be available whenever. And there are other people, and so that's what we're doing. But I think most of what I'm getting a call from is I mean, it's just like the general run-of-the-mill employee, hey, they've either been exposed or they've tested positive, what does our office need to do? And I just am trying to put together in a document something that they can look. Probably still going to get a phone call, which is fine, because I want to know when we've had employees test positive and when we've had an exposure. But it provides like, okay, I can look at this and know this is what we need to do, since we've had, and this is what the employee needs to do who's either been exposed or is tested positive. So this isn't really I'm not looking to make this into like a policy. I'm just looking in to say, I'm going to distribute this as a quick reference guide for department heads, elected officials, and then employees can look at it as well to say, this is, if this happens, this is likely the protocol that will follow.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, and I think, I think it certainly makes sense, and those guidelines would keep everyone as safe as they can be. I mean, that's just within their work situations. It doesn't apply to what they do when they're not working.
Right.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think the policy or the I guess policy. Can we call it a COVID policy?
I would, yeah.
Not
I
just
actually
policy.
made it like COVID quarantine and return to work guidance rather than making it like this.
Yeah.
I think if we slap the word policy on it, people
I
are,
agree.
they're gonna think it's gospel, and it's meant to be fluid because we do have to look at the circumstances of every case we have in every office we have. So I'd rather
a better
guidance.
Yeah, it's a better description. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier, Ms. Grove suggested we do unanimous consent for the COVID quarantine and in return to work guidance. Is there, how does everyone feel about that? Is it okay to move ahead? And
I have no objection.
okay.
On here.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
And I think I heard Commissioner Hudson also, he's on board. Okay. So I'm on board too. So we have unanimous consent for the COVID quarantine and return to work guidance document. And I do appreciate your explanation, Stephanie, because now I can see better that it isn't who's considered essential and who is not. And it depends on the situation a lot of times. So. Okay.
And we do have
It
Mr. Garrett.
is, yeah, I was going to say it is on my computer 1029. So we will return to agenda item number 4. And that is interview for possible appointment to the JCESA 1 3-year term ending June 30th. Okay.
And Mr. Harris, I have unmuted you, but it still says that you are muted.
We have one applicant for this position at this time, Mr. Steve Harris, and we're waiting until he is online or unmuted. How's that?
Oh, no, it says, okay. Mr. Harris?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
there
Mr.
you are.
Harris.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good morning.
This is Jane Tabb, and we're on the agenda item to interview and for an appointment to the JCESA agency for a 3-year term. You are our only applicant, and so I'm going to give, if you want to say a few words, and probably then the commission will have some questions for you. So the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I thank you for this opportunity to come before the commission. My name is Steve Harris. I have been in Jefferson County. My wife and I first moved here since 1990. I'm a retired police officer. I've got over 40 years of law enforcement experience. I've been involved in emergency services or community service since I was a young fella, about 14 years old when I got involved in Civil Air Patrol. When I was 16, I joined the Harrison County in Clarksburg, West Virginia, the Harrison County Emergency Squad. And then when I graduated from high school, I also joined the United States Army. Spent 7 years there. After my discharge, I immediately joined the police force and retired the first time in 1997. I also worked as a chief and director of public safety over in Delaware for 7 years after that, and retired permanently in 2018. Since that time, I have become involved with local community groups. I'm in the VFW, the American Legion, the Moose. I most recently ran for sheriff as a Republican candidate, lost to the gentleman that's going to be the current or the new sheriff, Tom Hansen. I lost to him in the primaries by 66 votes. I'm still politically active. I'm active within my community, and I believe that my experience makes me a perfect candidate to be sitting on the Emergency Services Board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, anyone have questions for Mr. Harris?
I do. This is Patsy. Hi, Mr. Harris, and thank you for your application. Why do you want to be on this board?
Well, I think my experience makes me a good candidate for it. This county that we live in, and especially the Harpers Ferry and Charlestown area, are very historic areas. Not only is it important for our emergency services division to have needed necessities for our visitors, but for our residents as well. With the growth that's coming here, it's important that we make the advancements with our fire departments and all other emergency services that we need to keep up with the growth in our community.
Another question I have, thank you, Mr. Harris. Another question, have you attended any ESA meetings?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Have you attended any ESA meetings?
No, I have not.
Okay. And so that's all for now. I may have a question in a little bit, but not at the moment.
Okay.
Other commissioners have questions for Mr. Harris?
This is Commissioner Compton. How are you doing, Mr. Harris?
I'm fine, sir.
So here's a quick question. As far as the EMS service in Jefferson County, what do you think the biggest issue facing them right now currently is, in your opinion?
One of the biggest issues, I think, is probably money and the equipment. I know that all of our volunteer fire departments and ambulance services work very, very hard to do fundraisers and things of that nature. I'm fairly close with I live up in Shenandoah, so I'm pretty well aware of what our local fire departments have to do to try to raise the funds to buy equipment and things of that nature. Our closest department up here is the Blue Ridge Volunteer Fire Department. They do an incredible job, but certainly, recruitment of manpower and funds are vital for their survival, plus making the advancements that they need to adequately take care of the community that we have here.
Okay.
I have one more, unless
Okay.
someone else has one. So Mr. Harris, where do you think the funds should come from to fund these fire companies and emergency services?
Well, I know that we get some funds from the ambulance service that helps with the folks that are the paramedics and things of that nature, and equipment for the ambulances. I think fundraisers, certainly there's grants that are available. Not only, I mean, I know that from the police work, there's several state and federal grants that you can apply for. I have experience in doing that with law enforcement, and those would be areas that I would look to tap into as well.
Well, I noticed you didn't mention county commission. Was that intentional?
No, that was not intentional, but I know that the county, the commission, especially this year, probably is going to be hit really hard because of the COVID situation. So I just figured that you had a number of issues that you had to be looking at, and I figured that I would go ahead and say some of the other stuff besides the commission, which seems to be the first place everybody bounces back to ask for funds.
All right, thank you.
Other commissioners have questions for Mr. Harris? This is Jane Tabb. I have a question. Mr. Harris, what is your understanding of the purpose of the ESA board?
Well, the main purpose there is that they're there for the support of the volunteer fire departments to help them maintain the equipment, personnel, the training that they need to not only take care of the community here in Jefferson County, but also take care of the visitors. So we have a lot of visitors to this county with the historic value that it has. So it's important that our volunteers have every resource available to them, not only in equipment and funds, but in training as well.
Okay, well, I'm just going to make an editorial comment. I think if you are appointed to the board, you will find that the ESA is more than just support the volunteer fire departments. That's not their main purpose. They are a fire board and an ambulance board. But I can understand why you feel the way you do or you see that as their purpose. I suggest you read their bylaws in the state code, but it's a difficult knot to solve as to how to adequately fund our emergency services across this county. Okay.
Jane, I do have a question. Mr. Harris, have you talked to Mr. Kaiser at all, Chief Kaiser?
No, I have not.
I would suggest you do. No problem with talking to the fire department chiefs, but I think you need to talk to Chief Kaiser, who's on the ambulance end of all this too, before you get into the politics of ESA.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyone else have further questions for Mr. Harris?
Commissioner Tabb, this is Commissioner Compton. One last thing. I think it'd be beneficial to attend an ESA meeting and follow up on Ralph's and just talk to some of the leadership there before you're actually 100% on wanting to do this. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate the suggestion. I do know I do know a couple of the folks that are on the board and have discussed, putting an application in to be on the board.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think you need to look at the state code and so forth to understand the bigger picture, because I know we all get bogged down in the details of what we hear going on locally. But there's a lot to learn there. And it's not always easy to understand.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with what the other comments that have been made on this. And, I mean, it's a lot more than fire service. And we all appreciate the fact that these fire companies bust their rear ends every day to figure out where their next fundraiser is coming from and who's going to work it. And that's part of the problem that we see as a county that's trying to fund these organizations, but there's only so much or fire companies, but there's only so much money. And so, there has to be, I think we're going to have to start thinking outside the box with regard to being able to fund these organizations, not these organizations, but fire and ambulance service. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I would recommend that you talk to other people as well, as both Josh and Jane have said, that there's a whole lot more to it than funding fire companies, and you're going to get the opinions of fire fighters and their how and nobody appreciates them any more than those of us sitting on this commission, because we know how hard they work. But there's a lot more to it than funding fire companies, and I would suggest that you attend a couple of meetings. And I'm going to withhold my vote on your nomination until you talk with Mr. Kaiser. Familiarize yourself a little bit better with. I don't know what that is. To familiarize yourselves a little bit better with the organization, and then you may change your mind. I mean, it's hard to say, but there's a lot to learn, and so I hope you'll take the time to do that. My concern is that so many times in making decisions to fund fire and EMS and ambulances, that politics always gets in the way. That's got to stop. We can't continue to go down that path, making political decisions when I think we could do a better job. So that's all I have to say, and that's the end of my speech for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Final comments?
Commissioner Tab, I just want to note one of the incoming commissioners in January is also on that board. So if this is not filled today, there will be 2 citizen seats open on that board.
That's correct. Yeah.
Just so the public's aware too.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no
Well,
problem with that. I'd rather see an informed applicant than I would somebody applying just because they, when they don't have enough knowledge or experience about the board that they're seeking.
Mr. Harris, thank you very much for applying, and hope you take this opportunity to learn a bit more, and would welcome you to, coming back and telling us what you've learned.
Okay. Thank you.
All
Yep,
right.
thank you.
Okay, so no action taken on agenda item number 4, and so we are now almost on time for item number 5. Miss Gavin Bates, is she on?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes. Annette, yes, you have the floor.
All right.
For agenda item number 5.
Well, hi, good morning, commissioners, Stephanie, Sandy, and the entire staff. Michelle, thank you all for having me on this on the agenda today. I do have some board members who are listening in, and I also, I believe, have Christian Osm from the Bavarian Inn, who's our president, who may follow up with a couple of comments. But the first reason that we are presenting today is our annual report. As you know, every year we present give you an annual report for the year prior, letting you kind of know where we were, what we've done, and the financials. And because of COVID, we kind of held off till latter part of this year before we did this. And even then, we still don't really have numbers either from our economic study that the tourism office commissions or the numbers that we get kind of local aid to talk about the economic impact that tourism in our county has made, both in the county and the state. Those numbers will follow sometime over the next few months. And when I get those, I'll be happy to share them with you, because as you know, we've always been #1 for the state as far as visitors spend. About $850 million was the last estimate. And 2019 will probably still be a good year. Michelle could back me on the fact that 2019 versus 2018, our hotel motel was about flat. We were a little above because of our because of our municipality income. So, but the big story has been through 19 and 20 for us, as you all know, and you do have copies of our annual report, has been the Welcome Center. And we received grants and funding for the Welcome Center over the past number of years through earmark, through HUD and Shelley Moore Capito, and thankful for the senator for that, as well as Washington Heritage Trail grants. We've received last year a dedication of $7,500 from you guys, which we greatly appreciate. At a time, I know you were really watching budget and having to worry about a lot of other things. So I'd like to thank you in advance for that. We've continued to receive money regarding the Welcome Center, and our annual report does show in our financials some of the grants that we received just in 2019, and that total of about $150,000. And we continue to get in-kind services from people and some sponsorships towards the development of that Welcome Center. So the report does speak to some of the cool things that we did in marketing. And our budget for marketing is always about 55 to 60% of our entire budget. We continue to market the county. We continue to market the area as a destination. And we typically spend over $200,000, $250,000 a year in just marketing. Last year, we did receive an award for our Eastern Panhandle Guide, and we joined our partners in Berkeley and Morgan County, as well as included the Ranson CVB, and the four of us put in money to develop a content and a narrative around a print layout that was marketing the entire Panhandle, and that actually won an award at the Governor's Conference last year. So, I mean, we do good stuff. I think we continue to look at those partnerships, and we continue to look how we can improve our strategy and our marketing spend. As you know, we are always targeting the DC, Northern Virginia area, or the DMV, they like to call it. But we found some outliers too in Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Kentucky, and just a lot of other areas. And this year in particular, as the person who's been handling all of the requests for our visitor guide and all requests by phone and email, I'm really interested in the fact that this year, more than ever, we are seeing people travel around our state, within the state, right? So we're seeing more and more people who are loyal to the state of West Virginia and like to travel this area. And it's been really interesting. So actually, to end with the report, I just want to again thank everyone who has been involved with the CVB, and my board of directors. They've been amazing, and Patsy has been a champion for us on our board for years, and we'll never be able to thank her enough for everything she's done. But we also had an award go out to Matt Knott for entrepreneurship, which he so deserves. He's done an amazing job there at River Riders and the Clarion, and if anyone deserves an entrepreneurship award, it is certainly Matt Knott. So we have a lot of great board members, still about 24 board members, and I think we do some good stuff. And that kind of talks the most about our annual report, and that's just one thing. And I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has regarding that report. I understand that you did receive that in your packet. before I move on to the next item.
Annette, can you hear me? Commission?
Yes.
This is,
Yes. And who's speaking?
this is Christian Awesome. How are you?
Christian Awesome?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead. It's hard for me to hear you, but maybe others can hear better.
Okay. I just wanted
There you go.
Good. Thank you very much. I just wanted to echo a lot of Annette's comments, but I think what Annette has made it sound like her year has been a very easy one, but which it has not. I've been very impressed with her and the work she's done, and obviously her funding, her budget comes from hotels and hotel motel tax, and the majority of the hotels were closed for a period of time. I know us at the Bavarian Inn, we were closed for 9 weeks. We got the Clarion that's closed and is still closed, and that has done a really good job just kind of watching every single dollar and cent and making our budget work. The other thing that she's really done an amazing job as far as the CVB goes is really gauging the different towns and the temperature of the towns of how comfortable they are with bringing people back. And that's part of marketing. That's part of the messaging that some people aren't ready for visitors yet. So really the balance between trying to say we'll be here and ready for you when you're ready to travel again, but then also keeping in mind the people that live here and how comfortable they are. Different towns have different feelings about this. So she's done a really neat job of this, and we're proud of her. It's been a challenging year for all of us in all industries, especially the hospitality industry. However, I do feel, I know for us, and speaking to Matt and others too, when we were reopened after the 9 weeks, business came back very strongly, especially in the times when the weather was nice and warm.
Yeah.
I do believe that the Eastern Panhandle is positioned in a very good place now when we come back to spring, that so many people have been introduced to West Virginia for the first time. People want to not go to city markets. They definitely don't want to go on cruise ships. So trips like Shepherdstown and trips like Harpers Ferry, Charlestown, we're going to be positioned in a great place for a long time. And what a perfect opportunity now to do that and to unveil a beautiful welcome center, which we can welcome them in the spring. So we're all hunkering down and trying to figure out these next couple winter months. It's going to be tough, but I think when the spring comes back out, we're going to be ready to go. So congratulations to Annette. She continues to amaze us, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I again appreciate Christian. Christian has been just an amazing board president. Our board of directors can all support me in that. He's very involved and engaged. And when we need him down in Charleston, he's always there. It's the leadership that we have on the board that I'm grateful for. But at this point, I want to turn it to talking about the Welcome Center. I'm so glad Christian started that conversation. No one has been more involved in this Welcome Center than you guys. The county has been incredibly supportive, right from starting with your all's leadership to the maintenance department to your IT department. Anybody who can help has jumped in to help, because I frankly feel this is your Welcome Center. This is our Welcome Center. I'm really proud of what it's going to be. I wish we could have opened a little sooner, but like Christian said, with the community mindset and the way COVID has been moving along, maybe there's a reason we haven't been able to open our doors. As I spoke to Laura and Bill Polk and Dean, I think we were looking at, after the first of the year, a very gradual, slow opening, and have a beautiful ribbon cutting in the spring or summer. Nothing sets the impression more than this Welcome Center will as you drive into the gateway of this state and this county. And as Christian said, our hotel motel tax, and Michelle can, I'm sure, back me on, the county is down, even with the collection I'm receiving in November, we're down about 51% in the county. And the CVB as a whole, counting the municipalities in there, is only down about 40%. one of the biggest things that I've spoken with, and Patsy's very aware, I know Josh is very aware, the Airbnb legislation has to happen. It is not fair to you guys as county. It's not fair to the recipients of that hotel motel tax. Here we are doing our jobs, marketing the area as a destination, and that we have just a simple pass-through tax that could just happen on the platform and can help funding not only to the CVB, but funding for, in our instance, historic landmarks, Jefferson Arts Council, and Parks and Rec, of course. So that legislation has to happen. And I spent literally the first session of this year, I blew our budget in travel just going back and forth to Charleston to try to get that done, only to have it vetoed by the governor because of a mechanism to collect the tax. So we're working really hard on that. I have the governor's word that he'll make that happen. And Senator Craig Blair is the sponsor of that bill. I think we will get that bill done. It's just things like that I just think we all try to think outside the box and what can we do, but that funding is low-hanging fruit to me. So with that, our hotel motel is down, obviously, and we've done everything we can to get this welcome center to the point where we can open the doors to our visitors. What I'm requesting of the county commission today is that they would waive the maintenance costs associated to date with the welcome center. And I think all of you received a copy of Laura's breakdown of labor and maintenance costs for the welcome center. As you can see, we have paid about $42,000 towards the total bill, and I am asking for this commission to waive over the $53,000. To be exact, I can put it, the ask is $53,860.68. And my real plea with you is if the CVB can have the opportunity to have that waived, that will just give us more money to market the area, to draw more visitors here next year, and to increase our hotel motel and to increase the revenue stream for tourism for the county. So I would plead with you that you would consider that request, and happy to answer any questions.
I see Michelle has a question.
I just kind of wanted to give you some additional information. I believe that the commission contributed $7,500 towards the project, I think in fiscal year 20 or 19, I can't remember which year. We also contributed the land for the project. Additionally, the county contributed 50% of the labor costs. So to date, the county has already contributed $48,500 roughly for this particular project. We have about 1,691 man hours of labor that has been contributed to this project. And just to kind of put that into perspective, a full-time employee has about 2,080 hours in the year. So we've basically given them one employee for an entire year. So they're asking us to contribute an additional $53,000 or $54,000, which would make our total contribution over $100,000, which is more than what we contributed to the Shepherdstown Library. They are a private organization, and my recommendation would be not to contribute additional money, that we perhaps could give them an extension on the amount that they owe, perhaps another year in which to pay it off. But I do not recommend that we provide additional funding for this particular project, just because we've already contributed a lot. However, if the commission does decide that they want to fund this additional amount, I will find money available by reducing capital outlay transfers for the fiscal year. So those are the things that I have to say about it.
Okay.
Michelle, you don't agree with the amount that she was saying, though?
I'm not sure. She said 53,000 is the amount, 53,860. That's the amount remaining to be paid. We've already contributed 48,500 towards this project. So that would make our plus land, not just that amount, plus land. So that would make our contribution about $103,000.
Thank you.
So my question, Michelle, is, it's an in-kind, it was an in-kind contribution. So physically, I mean, financially, I mean, what are we losing if we agree to waive the $53,860? What are we losing financially?
We provided the labor, and it's also some supplies. We've already incurred that expense. It's not in kind. We've paid for those expenditures, so they are supposed to reimburse us for those expenditures.
I understand. Yeah.
So we're out that money. Those employees were not available to paint the Hunter House or to work on the courthouse or to work on other projects because they were working on the CBB project for a private organization versus working on maintenance and repairs of county buildings. So it's not necessarily in kind because we actually did pay for those employees. We did pay for those supplies.
Well, I guess another question that I have in that regard is what didn't get done because they were working on the CBB building. It was my understanding that they would do that as they had time, but that the county maintenance would always come first. And so I'm not sure what suffered because they were working on the CBB building.
And I can't answer that question. That would be a question for the director.
Yeah. I think Miss Laura Kuhn could perhaps answer that question.
My take on that would be that, painting would have been deferred, not necessarily, you know what I mean? Like the windows here at the Hunter House or the windows here at the engineering building. Those buildings all need painting around the windows, and although there are no holes in them, they still needed painting, and it was deferred so that this project could be worked on.
Yeah. Well, and of course, my concern with all of this is that had it not been for COVID, things would be a lot different. The revenue for the CBB would be 50% more than, or about 51% more, at least than has been realized. And so, and once we are able to entertain more people within the county, once COVID is starting to go away and more people are going to be visiting, which is going to increase the bottom line for a lot of retailers and hoteliers and everything else that goes with tourism. So, I don't see it as, I don't see this as, and I appreciate your recommendation and I understand where you're coming from. I just, and I also want to add that Annette has been the only employee at the CBB. Everyone else was laid off. They had to be laid off because we couldn't afford to pay them. And I think everything has been cut that could be cut. So this is not something that's frivolous. It's not something that that any of us could have foreseen as a result of COVID. So I just, I feel like this is something we can do to encourage more. It's something we can be proud of. Goodness knows it's a lot better to be out of the trailer and into a beautiful, welcome center. So I just, I feel like it's something we could do that wouldn't put that much of a strain on the county. And Michelle, if you think it would, I know you've already stated your opinion on that, but I just would like to see us do this for our tourists.
Well, my thought is that this request should be deferred till budget time when hopefully we have a clearer picture on what the COVID numbers are. And, I questioned, months ago when we were approving purchase orders and so forth, that I was told all these supplies, materials that were bought, we would be reimbursed for. And I know COVID has changed all those dynamics and assumption, how everyone thought it would work. But, at this time, I don't, I know they've let everyone go except Ms. Bates, and I am deeply sympathetic, but I would rather look at this in the, as a part of the entire budget. I think we're going to have a lot of needs out there. And I know Ms. Bates said that, wanted to be ahead. So even though their revenues reduced, they will need money for advertising next year. And I think if that comes up and the COVID numbers are down and people are traveling, then that is an option to fund then. But right now, it's just, I'm not comfortable doing that. So that's where I'm coming from at this point. And I am very sympathetic to your situation, as sympathetic to the folks at the Day Report Center. That's a huge need in the community. So tough issues to deal with.
Jane,
Other commissioners? Sorry.
Stephanie, you talker.
I just wanted to remind you that we did, so earlier this year, and I don't remember when, Ms. Bates appeared before the commission and asked for an extension for materials and supplies. And at that time, we said that there was the possibility that they would come back and ask that it be waived. We didn't approve the waiver at that time, but I believe that we discussed it, and it's been a while. I can't remember, but it was earlier in this year after COVID started. There was some discussion that they may come back and ask for a waiver of those materials and supplies, but they did not ask for the waiver at that time. At that time, they were just asking for an extension.
Commissioner Compton, were you going to make comments?
Yeah, so thank you, President Tab. So I'm actually going to agree with Patsy here, and I can see where Michelle's coming from, just from a strict numbers perspective. I need to factor in other things also outside just looking at a sheet of numbers. And here's the thing, I mean, the hotel industry, the restaurant industry has just been crippled during COVID. The Visitors Bureau is going to be pivotal as we transition back to normalcy. I mean, we need them to be at the forefront to advertise our restaurants, our areas to go see, and so forth. Annette does a great job for that. I don't think as we do that transition back to normalcy, we should have this amount hanging over their head. They're already contributing so much to the revenue to the state, to the area, and tourism is the lifeblood of Jefferson County. I don't think this is where we should be cutting corners just because of the numbers aren't lining up 100%. We have to take into account these outside factors. So, I mean, I would support this, and that's highly unusual for me, just as I did with Parks and Rec. And they cut their staff. They made some serious changes. As Commissioner Nolan mentioned, Annette is the only employee and has been for quite some time there. So they've made serious changes to deal with COVID as well. With all that in mind, I'd be akin to supporting this. That's just my opinion.
Sure. I have a question for Michelle. Just, I guess, a technical question. If we extend the payback that's for materials and supplies, is that okay? I mean, we won't get in trouble with the auditor or the state or whatever. I mean, hopefully they could, if revenues change, or they could come back to us and ask for our funding to cover that.
No, we would just report it as a receivable on our financial statements. It's just like any other receivable we have, like taxes receivable or ambulance fee. It would just be a receivable on the financial statements.
So we could extend this payback. I mean, change the due date, let's say that, or maybe, during budget or even later. So we know where we are with COVID and where our funds are. That's my thought at this time. Other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Hudson or Lorenzetti?
I have no problem with deferring.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion. I'm just gonna put it out there. We'll see where it goes. I'm going to move that the county commission waive the maintenance costs associated with the Jefferson County Welcome Center.
I'll second it.
Okay. And I'll throw the amount in there, $53,860.68.
Well, and I just want to clarify the language you used in the motion. There's no problem with it, but I think the public might, if you say the maintenance costs, this really isn't maintenance costs. This is materials and labor expenditures. Maintenance implies you were maintaining a building, fixing it. So
yeah, I was just looking at the motion on the paper. Right. You're exactly right. And it's for materials and labor expenditures incurred as of November 17th, 2020 in the amount of $53,860.68.
Okay. That's some more clarity. And Mr. Compton, you're okay with seconding that restate? Yeah, okay. Is there any more discussion or questions or comments? The motion before us is to, let's see, to move the labor and supply costs associated with the Jefferson County, West Virginia Welcome Center. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm
No.
gonna say no.
Commissioner Hudson, I didn't hear you. Which
said
way?
aye.
Okay. So the motion carries 3-2. Okay. There you go.
I thank you so much, and I completely understand these are extremely tough times, but I promise you guys this is an investment in tourism that I can assure all of you we will return that investment back to you plus some. So thank you for believing us, and thank all 5 of you. I again appreciate. This is our welcome center. This is to share with all of you. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. And I look forward to being invited to a ribbon cutting.
And I look forward to hosting that.
Yeah.
Your support, greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're running a little behind, but let's see. We have Miss Laura Kuhn from the maintenance department, perhaps online.
Here. It says she's unmuted.
Hello.
Okay. There you go. Oh, good. Good. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you in ages. Good.
And I was listening to the previous discussion, just to let you know that the county buildings did come first as far as our priorities. But with that being said, there were a lot of things that with trying to get the visitor center project done that have been put off, not anything critical, of course, but like the Hunter House windows, painting, and those sorts of things. There are a lot of things that, we could have done within our county buildings that I wouldn't say we let them go, but, we kind of put them aside so that we can get this project done, because there has been a lot of things that have slowed down the project. Like, for example, with COVID, we had Dean building a ton of plexiglass shields everywhere in just about every building and office. So there were things, and Annette was very understanding when I did have to pull employees and have them on other projects within the county. But there have been things that we could have been doing during this project that we have had to put off in order to just get this project complete. And we still have a little bit left down there to do, but it's getting close. So we're happy with everything down there. But the reason I'm here is because one of my custodial employees is likely going to be transferring to 911 as a dispatcher. Mr. Polzinski, as well as the employee, have both kept me informed. She's passed all the interview process and testing. She still has a little bit of background check stuff to go through, but barring that, she's likely going to be moving over there after the first of the year. So right now we have 4 custodial employees on staff that cover all the county buildings as far as cleaning, disinfecting, and everything that goes with that. On a normal year, we have just enough custodians to cover cleaning the buildings. When one of them's out, I have to get someone to cover them. So with one of them being out long-term, it really it affects our service that we're able to provide. With this not being a normal year, I've had to have all of them I've asked to step up their cleaning, their disinfecting, to do as much as they can. So if we're short one person, it's hard for me to ask them to do any more than what they are doing now. And not just my custodial staff, but the maintenance, all the maintenance staff have stepped up. They're going around now with electrostatic sprayers through buildings every day, spraying everything they can, all the high touch surfaces, and trying to keep everything as sanitized and disinfected as we can. So I feel, especially now, that I can't be without a custodial employee. So I wanted to get started on the application process. That way, when she does leave after the first of the year, I won't have a big gap waiting for another employee to start. And there's also, the training process too that we have to go through. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of offices, and getting to know all those buildings and all those offices takes a little bit of time. So I just wanted to get ahead of that and hope that you would approve this. It would be a grade 2 80-hour position. Starting salary is $31,500. So I'm hopeful that you will approve my request.
Well, as I said before, and I know other offices in the county have not hired folks that have left or, been let go for whatever reason, but I absolutely feel that what maintenance does, and their cleaning especially, is essential right now. I've stopped in the county commission after hours to pick up papers, and I've met a maintenance employee in there doing the disinfecting, and that's outside of normal operating hours of a traditional 9 to 5 job too. So, I can definitely see the need and would support in this instant hiring the position. And goodness only knows we need more E911 dispatchers right now. They're got a skeleton crew going on over there.
Well, and this is Patsy, and I agree with what Jane had to say. And in addition, all of the buildings that you have to maintain, clean, everything else that you do, I mean, especially right now with the extra work that is involved in, that maintenance is having to do, I can't see, I think it would be too devastating, not just to maintenance staff, but to employees.
Yeah.
I think the risk is far out, the risk of somebody getting sick because maybe somebody didn't have enough time to do the adequate cleaning that needs to be done, far outweighs filling the, far outweighs the what we're going to be paying for the position. And this is a replacement? This is a replacement. This is not even an additional person. This is replacing someone who's going to be leaving. So yeah.
This is Josh. I agree with Commissioner Tab and Nolan.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, and then anybody else, if you want to do more discussion, we can certainly have that. I should have made the motion to begin with before I made my comments, but I move to approve the hire of a custodial position within the maintenance department when the position becomes vacant, and to begin the advertising and application process immediately. Salary would be annual salary $31,500 at a grade 2.
Second.
Okay. Now, is there any more discussion or comments on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the hire of a custodial position, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Laura, I would say from what I've seen, and I'm not there all the time, but you know, your staff is doing a marvelous job. And I've gone in different offices and see how the maintenance staff has come up with these plexiglass protections, you know, and there wasn't a standard one to make that would fit every office. Heaven knows that wouldn't work. So they had to be custom made for each individual countertop or desk or whatever. And I know that takes a lot of time and labor. And just so the public knows, this 4-person maintenance staff takes care of the St. Margaret's Judicial Building, the courthouse with the annex, which has the county clerk, not the county clerk, the circuit clerk, you know, planning and zoning, the assessor's offices with mapping, the Hunter House for the county commission. Then you go out to our Bardane campus, you know, they do cleaning at the extension office, I believe, and health departments. And then they also do the sheriff's department, and E911. So it's a lot of buildings. None of them, you know, each one is unique. They're not standard office buildings. It's a lot to do. So I do so appreciate everybody's hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah. And your hard work too, because I mean, you're trying to keep it all going, and that's a challenge.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. And number 7, Mr. Jarvis, are you online?
We are unavailable to take your call. Please leave a message. Thank you for calling.
Stephanie, we're waiting on Mr. Jarvis.
He was here.
Yeah, we just got a funny message, so it sounded like a, you know, recorded message. They're unable to take our call, so
Yeah.
maybe he got bumped off.
Oh wait, he's in our, for some reason, the attendee.
I'm here.
There you go.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Jarvis. You are now online to present your agenda item number 7.
Yes, ma'am. This is the time of year that we come back to the County Commission asking you to pass a resolution to designate the Jefferson County Development Authority as the lead economic development agency for the county. This is so we can process our grant application to the West Virginia Development Office for our local economic development grant. It's not requiring any additional funding. We can go through the resolution as you want to. The county has supported this initiative for us since established the authority in 1980. And we have certain criteria that we have to do, educational attainment, which we've reached, and some other items. Staff, our team is preparing the application, but this is just a formality that's always required. And it's been a long time since I've came to a county commission in the great state of West Virginia to ask for this. So I'm kind of humbled that I get to ask you all to continue to certify our office and support our initiatives.
Okay. All right. Well, I, recall us doing this yearly, and it does give some, provide some funding to the JCDA. So I'll make the motion to approve the resolution of participation and cooperation for the JCDA's application for the Local Economic Development LED grant of $22,727 from the West Virginia Development Office.
Second.
Okay. Questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then I thought, while we have Mr. Jarvis on the line, we go to agenda item number 13.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was hoping we could get this all done at one time. And
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. I hope you do too.
oh yes, I'm all for getting through the meeting as fast as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you want to refresh us of where I remember some of the discussion before, but
Well, yes, we had approached. I feel, I know we've addressed this conversation. This will be the third time, and it is a carryover. I'm saying the third time, meaning that other agencies have come to you and talked about the need. Our office manager, that's my terminology, our assistant for the office for the JCDA, our admin, Jane Jones, has indicated she wants to retire. She's set a date of either the middle of January of 21 or the end of January 21. Jane has been here through 3 directors, and I've only been here 6 months. I find her to be a treasure. I find her to be, she has all the soft skills that a position requires, and the intangible you can't account for. But we belabored, I don't fully belabored, that's not the proper word, but we outlined our request to post a position and hire. The time frame is kind of special to us because of the uniqueness of the situation. I've only been here director 6 months. The 1st of December will make 6 months. Jane has institutional knowledge that forebodes anybody else here in the office. Her tenure is longer than our program manager in Lynn Godwin. The position is 3 people. If we lose the position for an indefinite period, that's 1/3 of a workforce. I understand where we're at. I do understand the implications that we are facing as a community, as a state, as a nation with the pandemic. I will say to you, money is there in the budget. We're not asking for additional funding. And the unique nature of this position is integral. This position is vital. We have 5 standing committees that this prepares minutes for. We have our meeting with the JCDA as well, but we cover financial books and accounting for 2 offices, for the Farmland Preservation Office and for our office as well, and prepare those documents to go for certification and make sure it's in line with the finance office for the county. And at this time, newness in leadership and some changes that we're going through, it would be just like anybody else would come to you. I'm going to tell you that would be almost a detriment for us not to fill this position. And I know other entities come to you and say they, I understand the circuit clerk, the county clerk's office hasn't filled positions, but we have 2 people. We are not asking for additional staff, not asking for any unencumbered monies, and it's just kind of a stark situation for us.
Well, and as the liaison on the Development Authority, you can talk about essential employees as it relates to pandemics or things that are outside the control of normal workflow or normal lives, normal living. I consider this is a situation where if we don't have that position filled, things are not going to get done. Jane works as she does the bookkeeping. She provides the minutes for all 5 of the committees that meet regularly at the JCDA. She prepares the agenda. I mean, she does a huge amount of work, and I honestly don't know what they will do if this position is not allowed to be filled, because she is essential to the day-to-day operations of the JCDA. What happens, there are 3 people out there, and I completely understand that there are offices that want employees, that have asked for employees, that we have said no. Those are also offices that have multiple employees, and I'm talking, I don't know how many employees the county clerk's office has. I don't keep track of that. But when you walk in the door, you can see that there are at least 10, maybe 15 if you go through the offices. That makes it easy to distribute the work of what a new employee would do. It's easy to distribute one person's work among 10 or 15 people. It's not so easy to distribute the amount of work that this one person does with one other person. I see her position as essential in the ability of the JCDA to continue to operate on a daily basis. So, in my opinion, I honestly, sincerely, if I thought they could do without that one person, I would say, let's put it off. But I don't think they can. I mean, things are not going to get done. She acts as a receptionist. She has fielded phone calls, and not even as a result of the uprising with the Rockwell situation. I mean, there are day-to-day things that happen that need her services and need the services of another person. And heaven forbid anybody would get sick. That would just completely shut down that office. So I think in light of the fact that, there are only 3 people in that office, if we lose one, Lynn can't do anymore. And I don't know what would happen. So I'm hoping this commission will consider allowing Dennis to move forward. I serve on that committee and I see the work that gets done out there. It's absolutely incredible. And with 3 people, I don't know how they do it. I honestly don't know how they do everything they do, but they're very efficient, well organized, and they get it done. So I'm hoping that this commission will see fit to allow them to advertise for Jane's position as she retires, and it would give her an opportunity to work with the new person coming in to show them what they need to do, especially with the financial part of it, and without that, I can see that they're going to have to depend more on the professional services of an accountant. And Jane keeps that from. Jane is able to do the work that they wouldn't have to do that. So that's it. I know we were asking a lot today, but trying times, and these are tough things to say no to, and they're tough things to say yes to.
Other comments, discussion items from fellow commissioners?
I'll just make the comment, this is Ralph, that both my opponent and myself oppose hiring executive director because of the budget problems. And I'm going to have to stay with my position as I campaigned. Although I can see in the future that not a lot of positions need to be filled in the county once the COVID is under control.
Okay.
Well, I'm just going to make the motion that we start the JCDA office, be allowed to start the process of advertising the position and securing a replacement for Jane Jones by the end of January.
I'll second the motion. I do have one question to Mr. Jarvis.
Yes, ma'am.
If you find somebody and there's an overlap, so Jane Jones hasn't can train the new person, do you have enough flexibility in your budget to carry both of those salaries during that overlap time?
We could. We could honestly, we could look at yes, ma'am. We have monies that we could, if you all would be agreeable for us to transfer over. I think we all understand travel is negligible, and we have some other areas. So yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? Well, I've been voting against additional funding, but in a couple of instances today, but in this instance, I will vote for it because I know the challenges of a small office, and I'm familiar with Jane Jones' activities in the accounting department of her job that she does for the Farmland Protection Board, and that is certainly an asset for all those keeping our financials in order. All right, the motion is before. I hear no more questions or comment, discussion. Okay, the motion before us is to start the process to advertise for the position of the JCDA office manager. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
No.
So I believe it's 3-2. I think I heard Mr. Hudson, me, and Patsy vote for it, and Ralph and Josh against. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the motion carries 3-2.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Thank you.
All righty. Have a good day, Mr. Jarvis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for everything. Please have a great Christmas season too.
Okay. Okay, let's see. We're supposed to have public hearings, but we still have a little late. Mr. Goodwin. Is Mr. Goodwin online?
Hey, Jane, can we take just a short break before we get to this, please?
Yes, because this will be a long presentation. So
yeah, all right.
Let Roger get online and maybe share a screen and all that stuff, and then we'll be right back. I could use a break myself. Good.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be back, Roger.
Okay.
Hey, Roger, are you presenting or is Ben presenting?
I'm going to do introduction, and then Ben's going to present. He has like a little PowerPoint.
Okay. So you don't need to be you don't need to share your screen though. He does.
No, and then we'll have a discussion at the end, see what action they want to take.
Okay.
And I sent you Ben's presentation. We were supposed to send it to you so it could get put up, is my understanding.
Oh, okay. I thought he was good. I'm sure I have
How does it need to work? She just disappeared.
Okay, so Ben should be, I can make him a presenter and he can share his screen. If there's an issue with that, I can share it on my screen. So I have it, but I can make him a presenter so he can control it and share it on his screen.
Okay, he was logged in. Do we need to get him up?
Yeah, I can share my screen, and that way go through the slides on my own.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make you the presenter while we're waiting. So you should have the ability to share your screen now.
Oh, and it's saying I need to update my permissions. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna make me log out and then log back in real fast, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, so now how do I share the screen?
So it says that you have the ability, there's just like a little icon, like a little screen, or at least I have that on mine, that's like two computers. Like it looks like two computer screens. I don't know if you have that.
I don't see that.
I'm trying to find the it says you're offline, but you're, oh wait, hold on. There's a reason. Hold on. When you logged back in, it gave me another Ben Griffin. So now do you have it? Do you have that ability? It just made you the presenter. There it is. We see it.
Perfect.
Do we have all commissioners back online?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. All right.
I'm back too.
Oh yeah, I don't see your picture, Ralph, but good to hear you back. All right, Mr. Goodwin, we're on agenda item number 8. You have the floor.
Okay, what I'm going to do is just give an overview of what's transpired and where we are with impact fees. And then Ben Griffin from Tischler Buys, the consulting firm that did the recalculation study, is going to do a presentation on what he went through and what those results are. And he'll put that up on the screen. So this is the Impact Fees 2020 recalculation study presentation of results. Impact fees are typically recalculated on a 5-year cycle. In May 2020, the County Commission hired the consulting firm Tischler Buys to perform the recalculation of the impact fees. This involves gathering the data from each of the impact fee entities, analyzing the data, determining the levels of service, and recalculating the impact fee amounts for each of the impact fee entities. And those are Jefferson County Schools, Law Enforcement, which is Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, Emergency Services Agency, Jefferson County Parks and Recreation. And then I just want to point out that staff was kind of wondering if somewhere in the future, County Commission saw a need to raise funding for administrative facilities, be it judicial, county offices, et cetera. Is it valid to do that? If so, how would that work? And what amount of funds would be generated? So we threw that into this study just to see. I'm not saying that we are advocating for that, but if in the future there became a need to look into that, then that work would already be done and put us further along in consideration of that. So the draft September 30th, 2020 impact fee study was attached to this agenda request. And then Tischler Buys will make a presentation on that. The following table in the agenda request was a summary that I pulled out of the 2015 residential impact fee amounts, which is what we're currently charging, versus the proposed 2020 residential impact fee amounts that come out of this study. And I just threw that in there so you could quickly see the magnitude of the change and so forth. That's all in the study. In 2015, the County Commission adopted the 2015 residential impact fee amounts at 70% of the 2015 total calculated amounts. The 2015 amounts shown in the table above are the 70% rates. The proposed 2020 residential impact fee amounts shown in that table are the 100% rate out of this most recent study. Commercial and industrial projects only pay EMS and law enforcement portions of the impact fees. Commercial and industrial impact fees vary based on the type and use and the size of the building to be constructed. Since commercial and industrial impact fees are not assessed at a flat rate like residential impact fees, they have to be compared based on their unit cost. So I didn't stick a table in here on that, but that information is in the study. In 2013, the County Commission reduced the commercial and industrial impact fees to 0.5% of the full calculated amount. The result is that the current fees assessed are minuscule amounts. This was done to see if a reduction in impact fees will promote more economic development at that time. Staff cannot identify any correlation between the reduction in the commercial and industrial impact fees and the level of economic development that has occurred since 2013. And I would just point out that that was done at the request of the Development Authority, and the onus was on the Development Authority to come back at some point and report on whether or not that effort was effective. And it would seem to me that to measure that, and this is what we struggle with here, is that you would have to have developed some type of survey, an analysis of data or something that you could be able to make that determination of whether or not an increase in economic development was actually attributable to a reduction in the commercial industrial impact fee. So we here as staff managing the impact fee program don't have anything that would point a finger that this has caused an increase in economic development. If the County Commission decides to rescind the 0.5% rate, staff will need to present an ordinance amendment that rescinds the 0.5% rate and sets the new rate. So that would have to be presented after you decide to do that at a later County Commission meeting. A summary of both the residential and commercial and industrial impact fees are shown in the executive summary of the September 30th, 2020 draft report. The 2020 proposed impact fees are shown in Figure 2 on page 5. The current 2015 impact fees are shown in Figure 3 on page 6. And the difference between the proposed and current impact fee amounts are shown in Figure 4 on page 6. Finally, I wanted to note that this meeting is not a public hearing. The purpose of the meeting is to present the results of the study and have a discussion. Although a public hearing is not required, the County Commission may want to schedule a public hearing at a later date. In the past, public comment was allowed, but it was limited to the assumptions and the methodology used in the study. It was not a public hearing on whether we should have impact fees or not. Once the County Commission is satisfied with the study, they move to accept the study. Then after that, the County Commission has several options with regard to actions and motions on the study, and that can either take place today or at a future date. But you could adopt the impact fees as presented. You could adopt the impact fees at a reduced rate. You could keep the impact fees at the current 2015 rate. You could table any action on the study until public comments received, and then take it up again after that. or you can adopt the impact fees in some form, or as fully shown in this study, but then maybe have certain capital assets that are included in each of these entities analysis removed from being funded by impact fees, and then recalculate the amount of the fees. And this would result in the fees being at a lower rate. So let's just to point out one thing in the study is the schools, for example, included in this study sports facilities, and that has never been in any study or calculation prior to this one. So they threw those assets in, and those will cause an increase in the school impact fee amount. You could decide that you don't want that included. You want that pulled out of the study and not have that be part of the basis for the school impact fee. So that's just an example, and I think Stephanie at some point could comment on that. And there's other entities that have things that that are new or maybe are no longer they should be collecting fees for, and we can discuss that later. So just want to point out that if the county commission takes any action that results in a change in the current impact fee amounts, staff will then need to present to the county commission an ordinance amendment, and that would be for each impact fee entity. So there would be 4 different ordinances come before you with amendments that rescinds the current impact fee amount and sets the new rate. And if that happens, staff would recommend that that the ordinance reflect that the adoption becomes effective 30 days upon approval of the ordinance amendment. That would give people who have projects in the timeline and we're basing their prices and so forth on the current impact fee time to get those things in here before the new fee takes effect. So when this is all finished and done today, our recommendation is to move to accept the 2020 impact fee study as presented, unless you want to open it for public comment for a period of time.
Roger.
So, yes.
This is Josh. Just a quick question for you, because I mean, we have 2 more meetings with this county commission right now, and then there's a new commission taking place in about 4 weeks. If something is decided today, can that be altered at a later time by a new commission?
I'd defer to Stephanie to comment on
that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, shouldn't change the ordinance. And my recommendation is that you receive the report today from the presenter, and then you look at it, because I feel like we've talked about this before, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but impact fees are basically a contract with the developer to say that you are definitely going to maintain this level of service. So for example, if we're charging a fee for a sheriff's, for a building for the sheriff, that means we're committing in the future to build a second building for the sheriff. So we really need to look at what we're actually going to provide, and you should only be charging fees for things that you're actually going to provide in the future. Otherwise, you shouldn't be collecting a fee for them. So I mean, my recommendation would be that the commission look at it today, but not take any action right now. You can always change an ordinance. If the commission were to take action, you can always change anything you do. It might, I mean, you can always amend an ordinance with the, following the appropriate procedure. I think that you could go back and amend the amounts, but in my opinion, I don't think that the amounts are ready for you to act on them without you really looking at the categories and what is involved in the calculation of the amount. Because I think you really need to take a close look at that. And the last time we did this report, it was kind of the same thing. And even the consultant said, you really need to look at these and take out things that you're not planning on funding in the future, because you can't charge a fee for something you're not actually going to build. So You know, like, and like if land is included for Parks and Rec, I don't think Parks and Rec needs any more land. And that's just an example, but you know, they keep buying more land because they have to spend the impact fees, but what they really need are improvements on the land that they already have. So we shouldn't be charging an impact fee portion for land for Parks and Rec if they're not going to buy any more land. So this is my opinion. My recommendation would be that you receive the information from the presenter, ask any questions, but hold off on actually taking action so that you have a chance to digest, you know, what is involved in these numbers. And then you're right, we will have a new commission in about 4 weeks. And I think those amendments that we need to make to the ordinance would not be ready for presentation before the new, you know, before the new commission took office. So I just feel like it's better to digest it and then, you know, take action at a later date. That's simply my recommendation. You can do anything you want, and you can always change an ordinance. You can always amend. You can always, you know, reconsider. You know, some things are harder than others, but I mean, you can always amend an ordinance and change the fee amount if you want to. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yes, thank you.
The fees have to be related to the use. And I think as Stephanie pointed out, and so it is a good idea to be sure that you have those two things coordinated, because you know that's just what the law requires.
Well, and this is Patsy, and you know, I've spent several hours going through this recalculation, and we can't resolve them all in 28 days that I have left. But I can tell you that there are a lot of things in here that need to be considered. I mean, I have a lot of questions. So, you know, that doesn't mean that I won't have a voice after my 28 days is up. And I plan to have a voice because, you know, this is something that affects, you know, I understand people moving in, you know, they work in Washington, they make the big salaries, you know, they have good incomes and they expect to pay these fees. But what about the people that live and work in Jefferson County and can't afford to live here because they can't build a house because of not just the impact fees, but because of the salaries they make? It certainly does contribute to that dilemma. And so there's a lot of stuff in here that I think needs to be taken a hard, close look at, and to get a really good document that everybody can live with and that we can do good things with. So that's my take on this for now.
I will confess I haven't read the whole thing yet. I just skimmed over it, and I really do need to look at the details and digest it. And you know, this is a lot to absorb and understand. And yeah, it's going to take some work, I'm sure, because you know it's been pointed out that the dilemma with parks that you know they have impact fee money for land, but not for the improvement. So we need to educate ourselves on how to best frame you know, impact fees going forward, no matter what the amount calculation is do we have our capital improvements list of what we really want done? And, you know, that's all in the eyes of the beholder. So there can be lots of opinions on that, which we'll need to work through. But Roger, I know you've been steering this ship and getting this, how many months have you and the consultant been working on this?
Michelle Mason, the impact fee coordinator, is here. And Michelle, we started this, what, back in April?
Yeah.
Yeah, April.
Yeah, I know it's a pretty intense study. So we've gotten a little off track. Is there anything else you want to share with us, Roger?
Yeah, Ben Griffin from Tischler Buys is going to walk through like a summary overview of the calculations, and then he would be available to answer any questions you would have.
Okay, commissioners, fine with going ahead with the official presentation?
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what he has to say.
Okay. Right. Please go ahead.
All right, so can everyone see the presentation on their screen?
Yes, and I'm sorry. This is Jane Tabb, President of the Commission. I've forgotten your name.
It's Ben Griffin with Tischler Weiss.
Okay. All right, Ben. Please proceed.
All right, and thanks for giving me some time this morning to walk you through this. Like you've said, there are a lot of components to this, so we want to make sure that the study includes everything that you need it to include. It doesn't include anything that you don't need, and we want to make sure that all the cost factors are correct and that it really works for the county. So we'll start off with a quick overview of just impact fee basics. We'll take a look at the development projections, so basically the growth projections. Then we'll move into each impact fee category, and then we'll take a look at the summary and do some comparisons at the end. So impact fees, they're a one-time payment for growth-related infrastructure. Essentially, you're having future development pay at the time of the building permit for their share of capital improvements. You can't use it for operations, maintenance, or replacement. Again, it's just for the capital improvements. And so there are three things that when you have an impact fee, you have to prove. So that's going to be need, benefit, and then proportionality. So the need will show the need by doing the development projections. So we'll say, this is where you are today, and over the next 10 years, we think you're going to grow by this much. So that proves that you have an increasing population and employment base. So you would need additional capital facilities. The benefit, we like to look at this two ways. So we want to make sure that there's a geographic benefit. So the fee payer lives close enough to receive a benefit from that improvement. But then also, the other benefit is, the fee payer gets something for paying that fee. So once they give you the money, we want to make sure that you actually spend the money. And then the proportionate demand, we're going to vary demand by land use. So, if there are more people in a certain type of housing unit, so generally there are more people in a single family unit than a multifamily unit. So a single family unit would pay more in fees than a multifamily unit. And then on the non-residential side, it depends on if we're talking about, vehicle trips or, employees at the site, but, each land use is going to be slightly different than the others because some are going to generate more vehicle trips than others. Some are going to have more employees than others. So there are three basic methodologies that we'll use, and we sort of think about them as points in time, so past, present, and future. So the cost recovery or buy-in methodology is looking at the past. So it's basically saying, hey, you know what, we built this, there's excess capacity in it, and we want to have future development buy into that excess capacity. The next one, the incremental expansion methodology or the consumption-based methodology, is looking at the present and saying, whatever we have today, we want to maintain that going forward. So the number of park improvements per person or the number of square feet per student, we want to maintain that going forward. And then the final one is the plan-based methodology, which looks to the future and says, okay, by a certain date, we would like to construct this improvement. So based on that future development, what share can we charge through the impact fee to new development, and what share should we charge to existing development if there's some sort of existing deficiency. So any questions on methodologies before we move on? Okay. So next, we also have to look at credits. So there can be a site-specific credit. So if a developer, who's building, say, a single-family subdivision, if they give you some land for parks, or if they, pay for a playground, well, because those things are included in the impact fee study, they should receive a credit for that, because you don't want to charge them for any improvements that they are constructing and then turning over to you if they're already included in the impact fee study. There's also, we look at debt service, so we don't want to, charge anyone twice. So once through the impact fee and once through any sort of, debt recapture that they would be paying in the future. And then also we would look at dedicated revenues. So, any property tax or local option sales tax or gas tax that are dedicated to specific capital improvements that would be used to fund anything in the study, we would need to do a credit for that. So basically, we're just trying to make sure that we don't charge people once through the impact fee and then another time through some other sort of mechanism.
I have a question on that. This is Jane Tabb. The voters recently passed the school bond and the school levy. And I think the bond is more for capital improvements. So has that been taken into consideration for your calculations?
So we do have a credit with the school fees for some existing debt. But if this is a new debt issuance, we may need to look at that a little bit further and make sure that we don't have basically a double counting of what future development should pay.
Yeah, well, that was just passed at the last election. So yeah, that's one thing we'll have to have looked at. Thank you.
All right, and thanks for pointing that out. All right, so these are the development projections. So we got the data from the Metro Washington Council of Governments. And so on this page, we're looking at countywide projections. And so we use these for the proposed county administration fee, EMS, Parks and Rec, and schools. So what we're saying is, in the 2020 base year, you have, about 61,000 people, and those people live in about 26,000 housing units. And so over this 10-year period countywide, the Metro Washington Council of Governments is projecting basically 3,500 additional homes, and that translates into about 8,300 additional residents countywide. So, what we're saying here is, all right, anything that relates to residential demand, we're proving that, there's additional growth. So we should be able to charge the impact fee against this, projected growth. Now at the bottom half, that is the non-residential section. And so what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, over the next 10 years, we think that countywide employment will increase by about 2,500 jobs. And that translates into just over 1 million square feet of non-residential floor area. Then on the next slide, this is just for the unincorporated areas of Jefferson County. So we'll only use this for the law enforcement fees. So with this, we're saying a 10-year increase of almost 2,000 housing units, and that translates into about 4,700 additional residents. And then in the unincorporated area, about 1,300 additional jobs, which translates into about 520,000 square feet of floor area. Are there any questions on the development projections?
So this is Patsy Nolan, and I do have a question about that. I was looking through this document, I noticed that it's back on, let me see, I marked them. Let me see if my markers are still there. I think it's page 78. So it appears to me that based upon growth over the last 10 years, that the average number of homes that are being constructed, and I can't find it right now, but I think I can do it by memory. It appears that the average number of homes that are constructed per year over the past 10 years is like about 240 homes per year. So it seems to me that your calculation is a little bit high. Am I missing something?
Let's see.
I mean,
about 202 single family and 34 multifamily.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a little higher. So basically, what MWCOG has done is they have looked at, they have made projections related to housing units, and based on the data they have collected, they're basically saying, hey, we're going to see an uptick in housing starts for Jefferson County.
Well, the unfortunate thing for me is that, history is, I think, is a better indicator of the future than, just picking numbers. So that's one thing that I have concerns about. And I don't want to belabor that because I know you're doing the presentation and these are things that commission can explore and consider later, but I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and we basically, when we do an impact fee study, we try and isolate the actual impact fees themselves as much as possible from changes in development projections. And so almost all of the impact fees that we've calculated use the incremental expansion methodology. And really all that it's doing is saying, whatever your existing level of service is, we want to maintain it. And so if you grow faster, then you generate more fee revenue, you can build more. If you grow slower, you generate less fee revenue and you don't have to build as much. I think we have a couple components that are plan-based or cost recovery, and those would be slightly more affected if you didn't grow as quickly as we projected. But for the lion's share of your projections, we're using the incremental expansion methodology. So like I said, if you grow faster, you grow slower, it doesn't change the actual fee amount. It just means you build more or build less. So any other questions on the development projections? Okay. All right, so the first impact fee category, this is the new proposed county administration fee. So this one we're saying would be charged countywide. And there are two components. The first would be court facilities, and the second would be administrative facilities. So the court facilities, those include two recently purchased facilities. So that's the circuit court and the prosecutor's office. And based on discussions with staff, money was spent to acquire these facilities, and there's enough capacity in them for the county to grow over the next 10 years and essentially use up the capacity over that next 10 years. So what we've done is we have allocated the money spent to acquire those two facilities over all development in 2030, and that way everyone's treated the same. And so then what you can see at the bottom is that 10-year demand. If we do it like that, then growth over the next 10 years would generate about $174,000 in impact fee revenue that could be used towards repaying that $1.45 million that you spent to acquire those two facilities. Now, the administrative facilities side of it, we went back and forth with staff to figure out what was going to work best. So there are a couple of ways that you can do these, and we ultimately said, all right, you know what, if you do this courthouse annex and you build this facility that is 25,000 square feet, and it's basically shuffling employees from other county-owned facilities that maybe functionally obsolescent or just aren't working as well as you would need. Then going forward, we could say, okay, hey, we've got this new facility and we want to maintain that going forward. And so essentially what we've done here is just say, okay, if you build this 25,000 square foot courthouse annex, what would it cost going forward to maintain that level of service? And so growth over the next 10 years would demand, 3,400 additional square feet of administrative facilities and would generate about 680,000. And that's basically just a way, as you grow, to generate some fee revenue that can then be used to make, future expansions. With these two components, the average single family home would pay $204. And so the way I'm calculating that is I'm taking that cost per person that you see at the top. The administrative facilities component is about $64 per person. The court facilities would be about $16 per person. You're being repaid for the impact fee study. We should charge each person $81.47. And so we multiply that by the number of persons per housing unit for that type of development. So in this case, with single family, you have on average 2.5 persons per unit. So you multiply that by $81.47, and that's how we come up with the proposed fee of $204. Now, on the non-residential side, you take the cost per job. So in this case, it's $75.04, and you multiply that by the number of jobs for every 1,000 square feet of floor area. So these fees represent what you should charge for every 1,000 square feet. So if someone comes in with a 10,000 square foot facility, you would multiply this fee by 10 to make sure that you're charging them the correct amount. So if a light industrial development came in, you should charge them $122 for every 1,000 square feet of floor area. So are there any questions on the calculation of the county administration fee or any of the components?
This is Jane Tam. I do have one question, and I'm looking at the non-residential development. And this is just purely theoretical at this time because we've just passed a solar text amendment. So that's not a traditional jobs per 1,000 square foot type of, I don't know what hole or what label we would put on a solar farm development.
So things like this happen all the time. We give a list, a fee schedule that says, hey, these are the development types that are most likely to occur. But if you have one that doesn't fit nicely into one of those categories, you can just give us a call and we can do, an independent calculation. It usually takes us, 30 minutes. And we look up and try and figure out, how many jobs can you expect at that type of site? And then, just send you, an email back and say, okay, hey, this is what we found. So this is what we think you should charge based on that type of development.
Okay, thank you, because that, there will be jobs created in the construction, but so much, I don't think very many permanent jobs will be in operational. So, and it doesn't really work on the square footage concept either. So thank you for that.
All right, any other questions related to the county administration fees? Okay, so next we'll move to EMS. This one again is assessed countywide. So we're looking at two components. So you have the vehicles and equipment, and with that one, we just want to maintain the existing level of service. So we're looking at the number of vehicles and equipment you have today, what it costs to acquire new, and then the fee is based on just maintaining that going forward. The second component, you have the EMS facilities. So there is a cost recovery of outstanding debt related to a facility. And so we're saying over the next 10 years, if you maintain your current level of service, you would need 16 additional vehicles and equipment. And that translates into about $144,000 that the impact fees would generate to acquire those. And then you would generate about $264,000 to go towards repayment of that outstanding debt related to the EMS facility. And so with that, the proposed single family fee would be $100. And you can see at the bottom with the non-residential, some of them increase compared to where you are now, some of them decrease. So are there any questions on the EMS fees?
I'm sorry, this is Jane Tabb again. I would assume if in the future we right now the ESA provides mainly staffing for ambulance calls. The fire departments own the ambulances, so that cannot be included in the impact fee because that's not county owned. But if we went to a more traditional approach with the ESA component agency buying ambulances and staffing it, then that capital would be allowed for the ambulances would be part. We could ask for a new calculation of that fee. Should we move in that direction?
That's correct. As long as you own and operate those capital facilities, then you can include them.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, any other questions related to the EMS fees? Okay, next up we have law enforcement. So these fees will be assessed only in the unincorporated areas of Jefferson County. And we have quite a few components here. So we have the actual facilities, their vehicles, equipment, and then we also this time added animal control facilities and their vehicles. So all of these use the incremental expansion methodology. So basically whatever you have today allocated to square feet or units per person or vehicle trip, we just want to maintain that going forward. So if we do that based on the projections, I showed the 10-year projections I showed a few slides back, you would need 2,400 additional square feet of sheriff facilities. And so the fees would generate about $613,000 to expand or build new facilities. You need 7 additional sheriff vehicles at a cost of about $416,000. You would generate about $116,000 to acquire 56 additional units of law enforcement equipment. And then with the animal control related components, these would only be charged to residential development. So, to maintain your current level of service, you would need 4 additional kennels, which would cost about $35,000, and 1 additional vehicle, which would cost about $30,000.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'd like to interrupt there for a second. I just want to point out that the animal control facilities and the animal control vehicles are assets that have been added to this study that weren't in the prior studies, just so that you're aware of that, which will cause the impact fee to increase.
Yeah, right. Okay, that makes sense to me.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
Right. So with for the proposed law enforcement fees, the single family fee would be $531. And you see at the bottom, all of the non-residential components are also going up in cost. So part of this is just construction costs are going up, so it just costs more to build, no matter where you are in the country. And then, the price of vehicles and equipment. So, as these vehicles are required to have more technology in them, the law enforcement vehicles are, getting more expensive across the country.
And this is Patsy Nolan, Ben. This has always been an issue for me, being able to purchase vehicles through impact fees, especially as it relates to law enforcement, because what happens when those vehicles are no longer serviceable and they have to be taken out of service, and then the county commission has to replace those or is asked to replace those vehicles. I mean, I don't think vehicles should be in considered capital items, because for that very reason, I just think it's And I think that's something the commission is going to have to deal with, because it's just not, to me, there's no way to keep up with it. I mean, how can you keep up with things like that? So that's just a general comment. And one other question while I'm thinking about it, and it has to do with reducing the overall, for example, when we reduce the commercial impact fees down to 0.5%, and we do reduce the residential down by 70 or to 70%. Can there be different categories? Like you could set maybe schools at 50%, maybe county administration at 100%. Right now, it's 70% across the board. So are there different ways that you can reduce, or is there a way that you can reduce these categories by different amounts?
We don't suggest doing it that way. So, one of the earlier slides talked about, need, benefit, and proportionality. And so the proportionality issue, we want to make sure that everyone pays their proportionate share. And so if you reduce the fees by varying amounts for different land uses, you're not treating everyone the same. And so you have basically an equal benefit issue. So you're letting some land uses pay less than their fair share.
Yeah. So, and of course, then the same thing would apply with affordable housing. So, you can't make exceptions, and that's something that is a concern to me as well. But yeah. So that's what. So it cannot be done then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You would open yourself up to, a legal challenge by varying the fees.
All right, thank
you. After this, yeah.
Thank you.
And I too just want to add law enforcement and EMS equipment. I don't know if it's factored in at all in your calculations. Usually their useful life is expended at 100,000 miles because you got different drivers and usually some pretty challenging conditions to drive in. I'm driving a car with over 200,000 and, I'm married to a mechanic, so that's not a big deal for me, but this equipment doesn't have a real long life. So I'm just wondering, and talking about the replacement issue, I'm just curious how is that a consideration at all when you're talking about an impact fee, or it's just the initial purchase and no study on the life of the vehicle?
Yeah, unfortunately, the impact fee is only going to pay for that new unit.
Right.
But when it's time for it to be replaced, you can't use your impact fees for replacement.
Right. And so there's no way to factor in the length of, I've always understood that it can only pay for the initial purchase, but I just thought if there was a way to factor in the length of service or the mileage when it has to be replaced, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
All right. So move on to Parks and Recreation. So this one, you would assess it countywide. You have components for land, improvements, facilities, and then their vehicles and equipment. All of these use the incremental expansion methodology. So it's just maintaining what you have today. And so if you grow as projected, over the next 10 years, you would need 52 additional acres of land, and that would cost about $550,000, which, I heard you discussing earlier that, maybe you don't need to have a land component. So, that is something we can discuss. Up next, you have the park improvements. So you would need 29 additional improvements over the next 10 years, and that would cost about $2 million. And so when I say improvements, that's your playgrounds, your ball fields, tennis courts, things like that. For facilities, you would need 2,700 additional square feet, which would cost about $460,000. And then you would need 4 additional units of vehicles and equipment at a cost of about $56,000. So that would make your single family fee about $944.
And this is Patsy, and I just want to bring up one thing about that. I took a look and reviewed the different areas that money would be spent on with Parks and Rec, and I see that, you know, looking down through the list, you know, people move here when they pay impact fees, they expect to be able to have the facilities for their child to be able to participate in whatever sport they choose to participate in. However, I noticed that on Parks and Rec, it looks to me like they have dedicated to soccer fields $1 million. And they have dedicated to, which I've been preaching about this since I became a commissioner, softball fields, $900, I mean, $90,000 for 2 fields, which would pay, that $90,000 would pay for lights on those fields. You know, I mean, really, guys, I think you can do better on that. You know, they've never really completed one thing before they've gone on to the next, and they could be generating some revenue were they to complete one thing before they move on to the next, and that would create tournaments in the area, which would also be revenue generating for Parks and Rec. So, you know, I'm still singing that on that soapbox, and I'm not going to ever stop. So that's got to be fixed. So sorry, that was a sidebar.
All right, and then I also would point out with the Parks and Rec, we're only assessing these fees to residential development. All right, so next up we have schools. So again, these would be assessed countywide. We have components for facilities, land, sports facilities, which are new, administrative facilities, and then vehicles and equipment. All of these, again, incremental expansion. So just maintain the existing level of service that you have today. And so over the next 10 years, you would need about 158,000 square feet of school facilities. And so that's actually about 64,000 for elementary, about 37,000 for middle schools, and then about 57,000 for high schools. And that is about $48 million in fees generated towards building those new school facilities. You would need 49 additional acres of land at a cost of about $532,000. The sports facilities, you would need 8 additional, and so that would be 4 at elementary schools, 1 at a middle school, and 4 at high schools. And so that's, you know, about 1.2 million. The administrative facilities, you would need 3,800 additional square feet of those, and that would be about $973,000. And then your vehicles and equipment, you would need 22 additional units at a cost of about $1.8 million. So with school fees, I think we need to explain a little bit more because they're a little different than all the others. So we have to calculate student generation rates to figure out, you know, on average, how many students you're going to have at a typical household. And so what we do is we take PUMS data, which is essentially census data, and you know, a public use microdata area, or a PUMA, consists of about 100,000 people. So it's an area larger than just Jefferson County. I think there are 2 or 3 other West Virginia counties that are included in that PUMA. And so what we do in those first 2 steps is we say, okay, well, you know, here are the number of students by housing unit type and by grade level or school level for the entire area. And, you know, we take that and basically say, okay, how many students divided by the number of housing units to give us the unadjusted rates in the second table. And so what that is saying is, in the average single family home in this larger area that includes just more than, Jefferson County, you can expect, about 0.369 students in a household. Or, if you build 10 new single family homes, then you can expect, almost 4 additional students from those new homes. But again, that is for an area that isn't specific to Jefferson County. It's a larger area. So in step 3, we take those and we adjust them based on current enrollment. And so because this was 2018 census data, we adjust it with 2018 school year data. And so that's how we come up with the local student generation rates, which you see off to the right. And so what we're doing is, we're ultimately saying the average single family home will have 0.416 students. The average multifamily home will have 0.163 students. And so I wanted to point this out compared to your last study. So you're seeing, slightly more students in your single family homes than you were in the 2015 study. But you're seeing a pretty substantial decrease on the multifamily side. So go ahead.
So, yeah, this is Patsy Nolan again. Why, I'm a little bit confused as to why you would draw those, that you would not just be considering Jefferson County students alone. I mean, I'm a little bit confused about why we would go outside the county area to generate these numbers.
So the census data, like I said, it's for areas of about 100,000 people. So there's not one specific just to Jefferson County. So it includes some neighboring counties. And so that's what we're showing, that larger area in steps 1 and 2. But then in step 3, we adjust that based on actual enrollment for Jefferson County and actual housing units for Jefferson. Yeah, so that's how we get to it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. So, the student generation rates, think of that as like the occupancy rates we use for the other fees, because you're going to take the cost per student and multiply it by the number of students in that type of housing unit. So like, for example, when we did the parks fees, we had a cost per person, and then we multiplied it by the number of persons in that housing unit. So it's just it's a slightly different way of looking at it. So the proposed school fees, we take the cost per student from each of these components, and then we multiply it by the number of students by school level for each of those units. And so there are a couple things I want to point out here. So compared to the last study, the local share, so that's what the school building authority is not covering. It's slightly less than it was last time. So in the previous study, it was 60 something percent. Now we're down to 59%. So there's a slight change there. Also, the school building authority, they release construction cost estimates, so a cost per square foot for these school facilities, and all of those have increased since the last study. So that's one reason that some of the fees are going up, is because just construction costs have increased related to the school facilities. Land, with that component, the costs are similar to what they were last time. Do want to point out that the sports facilities, those are new this time. The administrative facilities, that includes, let me go over and make sure I tell you exactly. So that was the Board of Education building, and then a couple of transportation buildings. So also have the vehicles and equipment component, repaying yourself for the impact fee study, but the bond credit So I do want to point out, so we're saying right now, because of the outstanding debt, that per student, there should be a credit of about $241. Well, in the last study, because you had more debt, the credit was $929. So that is another reason why the fees are increasing this time, is because you have less of a debt credit. But as mentioned at the beginning, because the voters have approved a new bond, we probably need to do some sort of credit, so we're not charging future development once through the impact fee and then once through repayment of that bond. But I do want to point out, at the bottom, the proposed fee for a single family home for schools would be $10,425, and a multifamily fee would be $4,212. So because the multifamily student generation rate has decreased substantially since the last time, you're not seeing much of an increase there. Most of your increase you notice with the single family fees.
And then if we take, this is Jane Tab again, and just reiterate what I hope is my understanding. We take into account the new bond that is in place that would, in theory, reduce, if that's refigured in this school fee, that would reduce the school impact fee, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, because even the new people that are moving in are going to be paying higher taxes. They're going to be paying for this bond. So I guess, of course, that would all have to be considered as would it work sort of like a credit? For the impact fees?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, basically what we would do is we would say, okay, you know what, here's this, here are the debt payments. And, we say, okay, well, here's the projection of students. So you get basically a debt per student. And then we adjust it for, to find the net present value. And the credit is, assigned that way. So it just comes up with, a credit per student for that future debt.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what that number is going to be once that's calculated. Thank you.
And Ben, this is Jane Tab again, just a housekeeping detail. Not sure how much you have left on your presentation, but just to make you aware, the County Commission has 3 public hearings scheduled this afternoon starting at 1:30. So if at all possible, you can wind up by 1 o'clock in 15 minutes.
Definitely. Because we're actually right towards the end. The next one is actually just the fee summary.
Okay.
So if you adopted all the fees as shown, the total for a single family home would be $12,203. Now I do have a couple comparisons to show you. So this is a fee comparison comparing your current fees. So residential adopted at 70%, and then your non-residential adopted at a lesser amount. So if you compare the proposed fees to what you're currently charging, at the bottom you see, it's an increase of about $5,500 per single family dwelling. And then on the last slide, if you had adopted the maximum allowable in the 2015 study, then a single family home, they would be paying about $3,100 more than they are with these new fees. I do want to point out, the multifamily, because of the decrease in the student generation rates, if you had adopted the full amounts in 2015, they would actually see a decrease in fees of almost $900 compared to the proposed fees. So that is my last slide. So I'm available for any questions that any of you may have.
Ben, I don't know if telling you what the amount of the bond will do, but it was a $43 million bond that was just passed. And I don't know if you can take that number and extrapolate it and kind of give an estimate of what the credit would be based on that, but it's a pretty hefty bond that was just approved.
Yeah, I mean, basically what we would need would be the like annual debt payments, because then we say, hey, this debt payment divided by the projected number of students that year comes up with, you know, a credit of this much.
Okay.
And I think that's a 30-year bond, but we're basing the impact fees on a 10-year study. So I think that even complicates it even more, at least in my mind.
You know, it's something that we can work with, and you know, once we get that that debt payment schedule, we can show you what it looks like adjusted for it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and I would actually, and it may be all in the documentation you presented to us today, but I really like this presentation. If we could be, you could email or Roger have a copy of your presentation. I'd like a copy of it. I think it would be easier for me to absorb all the information, read the whole document, and then go back to your kind of your summary and your high points.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely share.
Yeah, so this is my thoughts on this. I think we should all commissioners look at this and absorb it over the next 2 weeks, and then come back and you know, discuss if there's any changes. And we know the bond has to be, the new bond has to be recalculated into the numbers. And there may be other issues that we want to look at, and then get a list of those and decide how we want to proceed. If we want to make any changes to how the fee is calculated or what components are included, we can do that. We want to leave them as they are, or accept the study as it is. That's another option. I'm sure there's a third option I don't know about.
Do you want to hold a public comment period on this at all?
Well, that's what you know, I have some changes I want to make right away. I think, you know, however you want to proceed, but I don't, right now, I don't think, well, anyway, I want to make some changes to the study itself. I think it would be confusing to have a public hearing at this point, but, you know, if others feel differently, please speak up.
I mean, I'm just curious as to if any commissioners think we should hold one. I mean, this is quite an impact for a county resident that's not coming in from the DC metro area, that just lives here, that wants to buy land or owns land and wants to build a house. So, I mean.
Well, I agree. What I would suggest is, well, this is my opinion, that once we get the study the way we want it done and all the figures calculated, and we have the proposed fees before us, then hold a public hearing, because I think that's the resident, that's what they're looking at. They're not looking at all the details of this study, and maybe some are, and that'd be fine to send us comments. But I think the most valuable public hearing would be on the fees themselves, the amounts of the fees and so forth. But I'm willing to listen to any other opinion.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know, if we get this report the way we feel it should be, and we don't hold a public hearing until we get it to that point, that it's going to delay whatever decision is made, because there still may be some changes after that. So maybe it would be better to get public input first.
Okay.
And then make any changes that would need to be made or we feel should be made based upon both our opinion and the public's opinion. So, you know, that might be a better way to, I mean, in my mind, that seems like a better way to do it, and it would cut down on the delay of whatever decision is made in the end.
Well, I can see that if folks feel that, the numbers were not calculated correctly, then, they have issues with the study itself. So, yeah, how do you all want to proceed?
And I know the holidays are coming up, which always complicates things because people get really busy and they don't participate or they forget, or, it's something that they put off to do later. So, whatever, my time is limited here. So I think whatever the majority of the commissioners want to do would be the right thing to do.
I mean, this is Josh again. I think we should absolutely take public input on this. The question is that currently as the fees stand as they are, or is that after the majority of commissioners institute changes?
I don't think the public hearing would, as Patsy presented it, would be on the fees themselves. It would be, are we correctly computing the fees, and are we including or not including components we want to use in the fee calculation?
Well, doesn't that still make sense though, that based upon those inputs and calculations determines the end unit, which is the fee?
That's correct. But they recalculate that bond, it's for the schools, it's going to lower the school impact fee. So
I think that's the first thing that needs to be done. I think, I don't know how long it would take to make that adjustment, but that could have a sizable impact.
Yeah. Well, can we have a public hearing? Roger is going to ask you to work with the consultant in January, and I don't know anyone's availability, but could we work on dates in January that there could be a public hearing on the impact fee study itself, and make it clear that these numbers are not final in any shape or form. They're just the study on them.
Yeah, we could coordinate with the consultant and make sure that they're available, and with Stephanie. When we did this 5 years ago, just to give you an example, the only element that was questioned at that time was the cost of school land. And the schools provided the consultant with a number that they said what the land was costing them. And several people in the consulting and land development sector questioned that figure. And there was a debate that went on for a long time over that. And finally, a figure was settled upon, and the study was adjusted, the numbers were recalculated, and the figures adjusted accordingly, and then the study was finally finalized. So that's what occurred at that time. So out of allowing public comment on the study.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with moving. Well, I'll make the motion that staff schedule a public hearing on the impact fee study sometime in January.
Second.
Okay. Do we have any?
I probably should abstain since I won't be here. I don't know, should I or not?
I don't feel that you need to abstain. You're still a sitting county commissioner, and
Okay.
Right. I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
Patsy, we get to blame them for whatever happens.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right?
I have a question.
Okay. All right.
If in trying to coordinate it with the consultant, do you want the public hearing to occur on a normal county commission day, or can it be on a different day of the week?
I think it could be on a different day of the week, because this is a lot of information and we might have lots of public comment. I don't know.
Okay. Do you prefer that it be on a different day of the week than a county commission meeting?
How Josh and Caleb feel?
I think it's easier if it's not a county commission meeting. There may be a significant impact on this or comment, I don't know, but I think it's better safe than sorry.
So
Yeah.
what we usually do is we schedule it on an off Thursday when the commission isn't meeting. And did you want that to be in the, like, during the day or in the evening?
I think something traditionally of this magnitude should be in the evening. Even if you're working from home, it would take, it wouldn't be kosher to be online with us at our meeting. So, but whatever can be worked out with everybody's availability too.
I agree with Jane.
We'll write that one down, Josh. You agree with me. Thank you.
Yeah, you can get that recording and put it in your.
Yeah. Okay. See, I do think I made a motion and there was a second and we haven't voted on it and we're working out the details of the scheduling, but are we ready to vote on the motion to schedule a hearing, preferably an evening hearing in January on the impact fee study itself? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. There we go. And this is my suggestion, but I don't know. I know we've spent a lot of time on it because we asked questions, that this presentation be used as an introduction for the impact fee study to the public at the public hearing. But staff can work out those details too. I see Roger talking, but I don't think he's talking to us. Okay, he just.
I'm talking to Michelle as here, who's sitting here with me as to what we need to do.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll let
Thank
you guys deal with the logistics, and it's nearly 1 o'clock, and I'll move that the county commission recess until 1:30 for the first public hearing on commercial cemeteries.
Second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of being in recess until 1:30, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. See you all later after we inhale our lunches.
See ya.
All right.
All right, looks like we're good.
All right. Good afternoon. The County Commission is returning from a short recess, and we have 3 public hearings scheduled back to back. And the first one is on commercial cemeteries. Ms. Beaulieu, will you give an overview as we normally do before we open it up to public comment?
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So just to give you some background, the Planning Commission had received this back in June. It was a request to allow commercial cemeteries to process in the rural zoning district. The Planning Commission accepted the proposal or the request to work on an amendment, and in October they took action and on their final draft, making a recommendation that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan, and sent it on to you guys for a public hearing. The Planning Commission also held a public hearing. I believe we only received 1 comment during that hearing. The amendment before you today includes provisions to allow commercial cemeteries to process in the rural district by conditional use permit. The commercial cemeteries would be permitted in the commercial zoning districts by right. with the exception that they would be required to adhere to a 100-foot setback. The rural zoning district has additional site development standards in addition to that 100-foot setback. So it'll be a conditional use, which requires a public hearing before the Board of Zoning Appeals. There's some minimum site development standards, including that the lot has to be at a minimum of 10 acres, a 100-foot setback for all burial plots. Maintenance and office buildings can be 25 feet from the front and 50 feet from the side and rear. Parking and passive recreation trails are required to be 25 feet from all property lines. And then the commercial landscaping standards set forth in the ordinance are required, with the exception that existing vegetation can be used in lieu of a planted buffer. The sections that are being amended today, are proposed as part of this amendment, are Article 2, definitions. There's an addition of a definition for cemetery as well as family cemetery. And that is because family cemeteries are exempt from processing through our office. This will only be for commercial cemeteries.
Okay.
So those definitions will help clarify and define what processes through here. Article 8, supplemental use regulations. There's a new section 8.21 for commercial cemeteries. That's where you'll find your site development standards. Article 11 references the parking standards. In Appendix C, your principal permitted and conditional uses table lists whether it's a permitted use or a conditional use in each zoning district. I don't have much else to present unless you have any questions for me.
My one question, and I know nothing about this, but the standards for burial, I mean, as far as doing it properly so that there's, no soil contamination, runoff, all that stuff. Is that under a state agency? I really don't know.
Yeah, so the health department said they do not have any regulations pertaining to cemeteries. The DEP, excuse me, requires a construction permit, and stormwater management would have to be addressed, well, erosion sediment control during the construction process, and then if there are any new buildings or parking installed, then stormwater. So that they did not have any specific criteria related to cemeteries or burials. And that was all the information I was provided with.
Wow.
And that's why we put the 100-foot setback from residential properties, because that seemed to be fairly common, anywhere between 100 feet and some were 250 feet. So there were various, recommendations.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of from a sinkhole, I think you have to have a 50-foot radius around the sinkhole that you can't spray. So diameter wise, it would be 100 feet. I think I have that number right. So I'm just trying to compare potential pollutants and all that stuff. I'm just very surprised there's no state standards on how you have to operate. But, okay. Other questions from commissioners, and then we can open it up for public comment.
No, I don't have any questions, but you answered mine when you answered Jane's. I had some of those same concerns. So thanks, Alex.
You're welcome.
Nothing further here on my end.
Okay. Hearing no other questions from commissioners, we will have the public. Do we have anyone online that would like to make public comment on the commercial cemeteries text amendment?
It looks like we already have one person. If there's anyone else who's interested in providing comment, use either the raise your hand icon or send me a chat, and I will unmute you. But we already have one person, and that is Christine Marshall. I'm going to go ahead and let her make her comment now. So, Ms. Marshall, I have unmuted you. Well, I did. Okay. Now you should be good to go.
Okay, thank you. I guess I've sent all of you my comments. So I wanted to say that I think it's important to protect drinking water and groundwater. I don't oppose cemeteries. I don't oppose commercial cemeteries. But I do think we should have stormwater management features at cemeteries to collect contaminants on slopes or to collect sediment when land is disturbed during creating burial plots. I also think it would be very important to create buffers around sinkholes and streams and wetlands. As Jefferson County grows in population, we see a lot of construction right now. Cemeteries is part of that growth, and protecting drinking water, whether it's a private well or water through Jefferson Utilities, it's going to be critical to protect drinking water so that we can continue to grow safely. Again, I don't oppose cemeteries. I just want for the county to do it safely so that we can all benefit, because if we don't deal with stormwater and now, I think we're going to have to deal with it later. If we don't protect drinking water today, we will have to deal with it tomorrow. And I thank you for reading my public comments that I sent in earlier, because there is some evidence that cemeteries, whether it's through embalming fluid or decomposition products, can contaminate surface water and groundwater. And I would hope that you'll try to add some protections around sinkholes and protections for groundwater. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie, do we have anyone else for public comment?
No, I do not see anyone else who has raised their hand or sent me a chat.
Okay. During this lull, well, I guess we can sort of keep the public hearing open in case somebody, joins us to make public comment, since it's, we've only been here 10 minutes. But also let the public know, if they're listening, that agenda item number 9, Mr. Cochran, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney, we will take up all those items at the conclusion of the public hearings, and just state that it is our policy to leave the record open for 2 weeks for additional public comments. That's been the past practice. So. I don't think we have anything else we need to do on our agenda except Mr. Cochran's items. And Stephanie, you correct me if I'm wrong.
I have my remote work policy, but we
that's
can't
right.
do that.
Okay.
I don't know when's the next hearing. Yeah, we probably won't be able to do that in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it would be pretty confusing too, because we have a Jefferson County Day report item we said we would go back and look at that. So yeah, I think we better just keep it to public hearings, and we'll chill out for a few more minutes and go to the next one. Well, I have by my computer clock that it's 1:45, and that is time for to begin our public hearing on drive-through restaurant. So do we have staff available to give an overview on that item?
Hello, I'm still here.
Okay.
So this proposal is to allow drive-through restaurants by right in the residential light industrial commercial zoning district. Presently in this zoning district, these drive-through facilities are required to obtain a conditional use permit. So the request is to allow drive-through facilities by right in residential light industrial commercial zoning district only. So it's really just a change. It'll be 5.8C3 would be eliminated entirely from that section, which states that a conditional use is required. And then Appendix C, the chart, would be changed to list the use from conditional use as it currently is to a permitted use. So that is what is entailed in this proposal.
Okay, I'm getting some feedback here, so folks could mute their phones or their computers. There we go. That cleared it up.
Yeah.
All right. So we've had the overview.
And I should state the Planning Commission made a recommendation that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan, just for the record.
Right. Okay. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Grove?
I just want to make sure we don't have anyone yet, but I thought that I had lowered Ms. Marshall's hand, so I want to make sure that she didn't want to make comment on this one. So I'm gonna.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Ms. Marshall, did you want to make public comment on the drive-through restaurant amendment? I'm trying to unmute her. Sometimes I do it. So okay, there we go. Ms. Marshall, did you want to make? Okay.
No, I'm eating a peanut butter sandwich. I'm really sorry.
I thought that I had lowered your hand, but then it went back up, and sometimes it does. So I just wanted to make sure before, so that I didn't skip over you. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, so I don't have anyone here to make public comments. And again, if you're interested in doing that, you just use the raise your hand icon or send me a chat.
Okay. Well, we'll just hang out because we've got another request till 2 o'clock. And so. Can anybody hear me? I think I was speaking before and I was muted, so yeah, I don't know. Stephanie, did you hear what I said?
I did not.
No, I'm hoping you can contact Ms. Franklin for agenda item number 3, which we said we'd come back to and let her know that, you know, would be after the 2 o'clock public hearing, which should be done at 2:15 probably at the latest and maybe earlier. And then I propose we would go and consider your work policy.
Okay.
And then go to Mr. Cochran's long list. Okay, I have 2 o'clock, the appointed time for agenda number 12, which is a public hearing on the Sheets zoning map amendment, which is rezoning. Is Ms. Balyo?
Jane, before you get to her, I need to tell you, I'm going to recuse myself on this one. My wife's an associate dean at WVU, and one of her offices is not in this particular complex, but right adjacent to it. And it probably has nothing to do with it, but just as a point of safety, I'm going to just recuse myself.
Okay. So,
I did it at the planning commission also.
okay, so noted.
I'm going to go.
I'll also make those last few comments. So is Alex available, Stephanie?
She is, and also I think she wanted Jenny on this one as well, and I see them both here.
Okay.
They're self-muted, so I'll have to wait.
There, is that good?
Oh, there we go. Yep.
I'm assuming the applicant is also on to make a presentation. I don't know.
Who is the applicant?
James Van Evera?
Yeah, I think Gordon was representing them.
Yeah, I have Chad Wallen is the one
Yes.
that made the request, yeah.
Yeah. But if not, that's fine.
He's here. Hold on, let me move him
Okay.
to the. Yes, I do want to make him a panelist. He raised his hand. There we go. Okay. So he's a panelist now.
Good afternoon. Can you-
All right.
Okay, is this Mr. Wallen?
So,
Yes.
okay. So my only role, I think, is to tell you the recommendation of the Planning Commission. But I didn't know if you wanted to hear his presentation on the request first, or I wasn't quite sure the order of what you wanted to do. Jane, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I know, I'm self-muted.
Okay.
Well, since you're on the line, go ahead and make your presentation and then, or report, and then we'll hear from Mr. Wallen. And
Okay.
then, you know, then we'll allow public comment later. All right, and I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay. The role of the Planning Commission is to provide the County Commission with input as to whether the request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And I usually send you all my staff report that I do for the Planning Commission. I apologize that I didn't do that. But the comprehensive plan, this property is within the Shepherdstown urban growth boundary, and it recommends a mixed residential commercial use for the property. So the Planning Commission found it to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The only comment that would be of note is that the comprehensive plan wanted a mandatory mix of commercial and residential uses in this property, but the discussion was that the request is only to rezone a portion of the property to the commercial use and to retain the rest of it as residential growth. So they were in effect accomplishing this mandatory mix by retaining a big piece of the property as residential and then asking this front 5.4 acres to be rezoned to residential, light industrial, commercial. The comprehensive plan recommends not using residential, light industrial, commercial anymore, but we have not created a new zoning category to replace that. So the Planning Commission's recommendation is that it is consistent with the Envision Jefferson 2035 comprehensive plan. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners have any questions for Ms. Brockman?
Not at this time.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. My one question, Ms. Brockman, and probably Mr. Wallen can answer this too. You said it was supposed to be mixed use, so only a portion of the acreage, 5.4, is to be rezoned, and the other, how much other acreage is left? That's what I'm asking. Because I can't find the total acres.
It's 22. That'll be remain in the residential growth.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wallen. So it was 5.4 plus 22 total. So the 5.4 is the commercial portion and the 22 acres will remain as residential. Is that the correct understanding?
Correct.
Okay. All right. What do you want to share with us, Mr. Wallen?
Thanks for taking the time to listen to our application this evening. I think in the background we do have representatives from Sheets. The property is on Martinsburg Pike, west of Shepherdstown, across from the Maddox Square commercial development. That development has Dairy Queen, McDonald's, Food Lion, Rite Aid, Quality Inn, and also some inline retail, strip retail. So what we propose is a new Sheets convenience store with 10 pumps. That's 5 islands, fueling islands, and a 6,000 foot footprint. So right now the property sits on a signalized intersection, and that's how we will gain access. Currently 3 legs exist. We would become the 4th leg. Hopefully, this will punch through the remaining property and end up at Potomac Farms, which will help alleviate traffic in the area. As Jenny said, Planning Commission did find that it was in compliance with the comprehensive plan. It's in a future growth area on the land use map. It's planned to be developed. So moving into this, we have met with DOH concerning the signalized intersection, and I think it's pretty clear that this will become four-leg intersection with controlled access. Sheets has met with adjacent property owners to offer connection to the road that we're building into the Sheets. Those discussions are still ongoing, and that offer's out there. We have also met with the Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle Metropolitan Planning Organization. They had some comments which we're going to comply with, considering bike racks, some striping in the parking lot to help guide pedestrians, a sidewalk up front, and connectivity. So that's where we're at on that. There's currently a Sheets to the east, about 2,000 feet closer to Shepherdstown. So if this rezoning doesn't go through, that Sheet's going to stay. But of course, we would prefer a new building in this location and a nicer structure. There's that. There's a couple buildings on the site. They're in fair condition. They're older, but they are not on the National Historic Register, and they're not on the identified as a county landmark on the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission. And that's where we're at on that. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. There's some exhibits in the packet. I did not see the concept or the layout image in the packet, but that should be available. That was part of the original submission.
This.
No, there's one actually shows the pumps, the buildings, the configuration of the road. I didn't see it in there, but it is part of the packet.
Do you have it? Would you like to share your screen and use it? Or, I mean, I can make that an option if you want to do that, if you have it available. I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
All right, I have it up. If you can share the screen, I'll show it.
Let me. Okay, you should have the ability to do that now.
Can you see? Share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
So right there is the existing signalized intersection. This is the Maddox Square development. If you see my cursor, the new road would come in here and would service the balance of the property in the future. We have the pumps out front, the store, the car wash in the rear. You can see this is the area of rezoning line. So there is a pretty good buffer to what will occur there in the future, and also allows us to make up grade. While we have it up, to give context. So this is where
Right.
the entrance is. You can see there's already an existing stub out when they did the construction for Potomac Farms Drive. So eventually this will hopefully come through and connect there. That will relieve some traffic in this area. And of course, we all know, Colonial Hills is going in here. The library is going in here. So this is an area of development. Absolutely. So are there any questions?
Well, it's probably not pertinent to your request today, but I am just curious, if this gets built, what do you have plans for the old Sheets, or maybe that's not fair.
That's a leased facility.
Oh, okay.
So they would move from there. I don't know what will go in there, but considering there will be a rocks and a Sheets right here, I would say they would have some pretty stiff competition in that small site.
Right. Yes, and it is a small site. I'm just have been very careful when I have pulled in and pulled out, and when I'm walking, because people are zipping in between the pumps and so forth. So
yeah, and that entrance is not very defined along that street like this one.
Hard to get into and hard to get out of, actually.
Yeah.
And that's part of this rezoning. We feel like this is a much better location.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and especially for mostly students that are walking, it'll definitely be safer with probably crosswalks at the intersection. So,
Absolutely.
Other commissioners have any questions of Mr. Wallen?
I don't have anything. Just want to say, this is, this looks good. I mean, it's nice to see something like this that actually fits within the plan, and, and it, to me, it looks okay. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Compton. Yeah, it's nice to see you guys upgrading and expanding as the area grows and doing it in a proper way. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. If there's no further questions for Mr. Wallen, I would like it open to public comment. I'm not sure if we have anybody waiting to make public comment, Stephanie.
It looks like we do. Maybe.
Okay.
It looks like Stacy Tab would like to make public comment, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute her. Maybe it's okay. I do it so quickly that I end up muting them again.
Oh.
Okay, there she is.
All right.
Ms. Tab.
Ooh. We're trying to make a connection with Miss Anastasia Tab, I believe. We haven't made the connection yet.
No. It says she's unmuted.
Can she send you a chat, or is she doing this all by phone?
It doesn't. Oh, now her microphone is completely gone, so it looks like she hung up. So we have another. I think Miss Marshall wants to make public comment on this one, so I'll go ahead and unmute her.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out what's going on with Miss Tab here. Miss Marshall?
Hi. Yes, thank you. I just had two things. Can't the sheets access the new site from the bypass so as to not add to the congestion on Route 45? That would be my first comment. And that way it will also not interfere with the historic houses that are on Route 45 at that location. Will they, I guess my question as well is, it appears they're going to tear down the historic buildings. Is that correct?
Ms. Marshall, this is, you're to make public comment. This is not necessarily
not a question, right? I'm sorry. Okay, I would say that maybe it would be more appropriate to access the site from the bypass and to preserve the two historic buildings at the front of that property. And that's my public comment. It seems excessive to have 4 gas stations in Shepherdstown at this location as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Ms. Tab back on, or?
It looks like she, no. I don't have the ability. It says I can't unmute her because
she's not online.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can make it known, as we have with the other 2 hearings, that public comment is allowed. Written public comment can be submitted to the County Commission for 2 weeks following this hearing and taken into consideration before we make a decision.
It looks like she might be back, Ms. Tab.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Tab? It says she's unmuted. I can see that her microphone is, it's green when the people are unmuted, but I don't seem to be able to hear her.
Okay. Well,
Okay, now it says she's offline again.
okay. Well, apparently the connection is not working, and I'm sorry for that. I believe I can find her on Facebook and send her a message to let her know that she can submit written comment to us. Since this has failed today. So, any commissioners have any comment on this situation about how we can, I don't think there's anything else we can do to make it a virtual comment at this point.
Yeah, I think she can send her comment in writing and we'll certainly read that and take it into consideration.
Okay. That's what I'm planning to do, and I'll confirm with staff if I don't make the connection or can't find an email address on that.
Commissioner Ted, it was Tracy, what was the last name again?
Tab, T-A-B-B, no
Okay,
relation.
Stacy, it's Stacy Tab.
okay, because there's another Tracy that had already mailed her comment. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the same one.
Oh wait, now there's another, hold on, she called in again, so let's see if that works. It says you're self-muted, Miss Tab.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
I'm
Good.
sorry. My phone was having trouble connecting to the microphone to unmute myself. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to still speak in regards to this text amendment. I just wanted to say, as far as this area that's being rezoned, the way that it's written here, stating that the sheets would occupy the 5.4 acres, and that this request is only addressing those acres, that acreage. But when you read through this, it talks about a boundary adjustment combining all those properties, and that has the one owner, James Van Evera. And when you look at the diagram, it shows the full intention or the scope of the project to have the drive-through and the car wash. But the way that this is presented for the hearing, it says, well, this 5.4 acres is what's subject to the request. So that doesn't quite read clearly, because when you look at the project and when you look at the maps and the talk of a boundary adjustment, it looks like it's really addressing the full 23.4 acres of the owner's property. And then it says in here, there were no residential units adjacent to the area of rezoning, but it omits that there are actually two properties, one from 1816 and one from 1985 on two of those parcels. So I just want to, for the record, make sure that it's clear in exactly what is being addressed here. I find it a little odd that it would be rezoned to a category, the residential light industrial commercial one that was intended to be phased out, when there are other options, and being that these parcels are already broken apart, that if you want to say, well, we might reserve the rest for residential later, well, then leave it zoned as is, or zone it residential and just zone the front 5 acres as commercial. But why would we be rezoning to a category that was meant to be phased out, while we don't have one that's exactly comparable now? We do have other options. One thing about the road structure, I'm not sure if Mr. Whalen said that they were looking at adding or expanding something to 4 lanes there, but Shepherdstown is one that does appreciate the walkability of the town. And there are plans, while it's out by Morgan's Grove, to expand the walking path there. There is already an area for a bike path, walking path leading toward from town to the Food Lion, and then around the Potomac Farms Drive, there's already a walking path there. So I think that that's something that should be considered possibly by the developer, the impact to the safety of people walking in and out. I mean, you're talking about adding the drive-through restaurants in the previous public hearing. And one of the things in the residential, again, light industrial commercial area, it says, you know, with connection to major arterial roadways. And in this zoning map amendment, it even points out that this here where the intersection is a minor arterial roadway. So I think that that's something that also needs to be considered, that increase in traffic. Yes, there is a Sheetz down the road already, but it's a small footprint, no car wash, no drive-through. I don't think as many gas pumps either there. And then we already have an additional Rocks that's being planned, and there's the 7-Eleven right down the road. So, you know, as far as the size, you know, and the growth, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny that it isn't needed, a new Sheetz facility. I mean, we've seen them upgraded all along in surrounding states and so forth, and this is an older one here. But just some of the details of what's being presented before you, you know, their exact fit for this area, I'm not sure that that's quite clear. And that's all that I wanted to comment in regards. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Stephanie, do you see anyone else on the line wanting to make public comment?
No, we do not have anyone else.
Okay. Unless there's are objections, I will close this public hearing and just repeat again to the public that you can submit written comments up to 2 weeks, and they will be accepted and forwarded to the commissioners for consideration. We have a few agenda items to complete. So we're moving out of the public hearing process and going back into what's would be called a more traditional session. We're going to go back to agenda item number 3, which was Ms. Franklin from the Day Report Center. There she is. Okay. And we said we'd come back to this. So any commissioners want to begin a discussion or have questions of Ms. Franklin? Any additional comments or questions for Ms. Franklin? And anything else you want to address to us, Ms. Franklin, for further consideration?
I don't think so. I think I've, you know, made my case earlier that we are bombarded. We have little help and we're in dire need of additional case managers. Like I said, I've applied for as many grants as we can possibly apply for assistance. However, you know, a grant that we're waiting on has been on hold for 4 months. So right now I'm kind of at a standstill of getting additional help without, you know, the one-time assistance that I'm asking for.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I do understand, yeah, the stresses on the whole mental health system and so forth, but it appears we'll be taking no action today.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask her if there's a board meeting this coming week?
There is a board meeting on the 9th at noon.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That's December 9th. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming back on, and we will keep your request. At least I will keep it in mind. We'll see where we are.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. What's next? County Administrator Work Policy. That is at the bottom of page 4, near the bottom of page 4 of our agenda. Remote work policy, let's say. Okay.
And can you see my screen? Do you see it up on my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. And I did email it out to all of you this morning. So, yes, it was like 6:30 or something this morning. I emailed it out.
Yeah, I wonder if you slept at all last night. I saw that that was early, and I know you were working late, so.
I actually woke up at, I think 4 o'clock this morning to finish it. And I apologize for that. I'd wanted to finish it much earlier, but it's just been, it's been a crazy week. So, but I think this is something that we need to do. We've obviously had people remote working in the spring, and we didn't have a policy. We just kind of jumped into that. But I think as we kind of jump back into providing a little more remote work, we need to have a policy that really outlines what our expectations are for employees. So let me try to move my screen over here. So I drafted this and I looked at what some other places are doing. And I will say that this policy, as I've drafted it, doesn't apply just to COVID. It applies to remote work, period. Before COVID, we didn't have very many employees who were working remotely, but there were a few. We had allowed it in instances of, and maybe employees had to take medical leave, and they couldn't come into the office, but they could work from home. So we did have a few employees who were remote working, but not to the extent that we do now. So I just feel like we need something because I feel like, situations came up and there's nothing written. So in the spring, and we didn't have anything in writing. So I feel like it's important to put in writing what our expectations are for remote work, and that way there's no confusion on our part or on the employee's part. And so since I did get it to you so late, I think we'll go through it, and I'll try to make it as quickly as I can, but I think it's important to go through it with the commission and let you know what it is and see if there's anything that you, obviously you have the power to change anything that I've provided here. This is just a jumping off point. So this policy provides procedural guidance to both employees and their supervisors when a voluntary telecommuting or remote work arrangement is requested. The purpose is where appropriate to allow employees to work at an alternate. That was just a typo. An alternate work location for all or part of their work week. Telecommuting can improve productivity and job performance, promote administrative efficiencies, support continuity of operation plans, and crisis response. So that's just basically an overview, and I wanted to change supervisors because supervisors would not be approving it. It would be department heads or elected officials. So let me change that. And next we move into the definitions. The first is what an alternate work location is, and this is the first one where we're trying to address something that happened before more than once. We told employees that they could work remotely, and I think our assumption was that they were working from home, but sometimes they weren't. Sometimes they might be in places like Ocean City working remotely. So I think it's important that we kind of lay out what our expectation is. I think that was, we didn't make that clear. That's nobody's fault, but moving forward, I think we need to make that clear. So an alternate work, and I address it later in the policy as well, but to define it, it's an approved locations other than the employee's central workplace. And this should be county, I don't know what official county business is performed. The most common alternate work location is the home of an employee, subject to the approval described in this policy. Employees who are approved for remote work must designate the alternate work location where the employee is expected to be during the employee's regular shift. Any deviation from a designated alternate work location must be pre-approved by the employee's supervisor. And actually, I'm going to change that also to department head. I thought that I'd taken out. I had supervisor and I thought that I'd taken all those out. Maybe I have. Central workplace is an employee's place of work where employees normally are located. So that's usually in the county, here in the county. And remote working is a work arrangement where the employee enters into a formal agreement with the county to perform his or her usual job duties in an alternate work location at least one day per week. Let me go here. Remote work is a voluntary work alternative that is appropriate for some employees and some jobs, but not all employees or positions. No county employee is entitled to or guaranteed the opportunity to remote work. Certain categories of positions are ineligible for remote work. Whether a particular employee may remote work is a decision made on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration an evaluation of the likelihood of the employee succeeding in a remote work arrangement and an evaluation of the supervisor's ability to manage remote workers. Remote work arrangements most commonly are for partial remote work. So even though right now we've kind of expanded teleworking, there are very few employees who are exclusively working remotely. We're kind of rotating people in. Remote working may also be considered on a case-by-case basis as a reasonable, and that should say accommodation, for qualified employees with disabilities. Employees who are approved for remote work will be required to sign acknowledgement of remote policy form. And I will say that I do intend to go back and kind of format this into our usual policy format, but I will not change any of the text unless you direct me to change the text here while we're talking. The only thing I will do is kind of put some, some outline so we can refer to the sections. All remote working employees should perform essentially the same work that they would in the central workplace in accordance with the same performance expectations and other agreed upon terms. Remote work agreements may be established for a long-term or short-term period. An employee's classification, compensation, and benefits will not change. Sorry. Wait. Back page up. Shoot. I need to move this over. Sorry, my GoToWebinar is interfering with my ability to scroll up and down. I do not think that this is the most recent version. I'm sorry. Now that I'm looking at this, I know that I took things out of this morning when I was revising it. Hold on just a second. I apologize for that. Okay, this is the most recent version. I don't know why it's showing that other version. All right. Employees are required to comply with all requirements contained in the employee job description. Remote work arrangements may be established for a long-term or short-term period. An employee's compensation, classification, and benefits will not change if the employee is approved for remote work. So eligible positions and employees, the county considers remote work to be a viable alternative work arrangement in cases where the individual employee, the job, and the supervisor are well suited to such an arrangement. Not all employees and positions are suitable for telecommuting or remote work. Suitability for telecommuting or remote work is based upon the individual employee as well as the employee's position and determined by the employee's department head / elected official and approved per this policy. Generally, the following conditions must be met, and feel free to change these. The employee has been in the position for at least 12 months. The employee has no active formal disciplinary actions on file for the current or immediately preceding review period. The employee has demonstrated ability to work productively on his or her own and is self-motivated and flexible. And the employee received at least a satisfactory evaluation in the previous evaluation cycle. And I don't know if you want to keep has been in the position for at least 12 months. I don't think it's that they must, generally they must be met, but I think we could make an exception to that, especially during COVID. And then department heads, elected officials must ensure that remote work decisions are made for appropriate non-discriminatory reasons.
Yeah, I think we could put some flexibility in there. I understand the reasoning for at least 12 months, but COVID right now is,
Okay.
you know, I think we should
Okay.
promote more flexibility. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, there are always circumstances that are extenuating that may come into play there. So
Yeah.
I agree.
So
I do as well.
Okay.
Stephanie, I have a question on something previously, or do you want me to wait till the end?
Sure.
Okay, so there may be a difference of opinion with this comment. I'm going to approach it from a generational perspective. And keeping in mind, there are certain positions that need to be readily accessible and close to the office, mainly public safety or homeland. As far as like the location of virtual work, it's from my standpoint, just keep in mind I'm a millennial. As long as they're getting their work done, it shouldn't really matter where they are virtually if they're not a public safety, et cetera, position.
So I have that. I actually addressed it a little more. Can you hold that thought? Because I do address it a little bit more. I do allow people to choose. They just have to designate their work location. So if they say, hey, I'm going to be working from blah, 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 they just need to get pre-approval. It's later in the policy. And I'm happy to change it however you want, but I do address not, if an employee doesn't want to work from home or they want to change their work location. So let's go through that. And then if you want to change that, I think that might be the appropriate place. That's kind of the definition. But then I go into a little bit more as to what the remote location is and what the requirements are for the remote location.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting your remote location is on the beaches of Ocean City.
Right. Right. And I think I'll address your concern later on in the policy. And if it doesn't, we'll change it when we get there. But I go into that in more detail later on.
That is a nice little perk though, really.
Yeah. Let's see. So same essential job functions. Employees will be required to comply with all requirements contained in the employee job description. Remote work arrangements may be established for a long-term or short-term period. Classification will not change. Okay. Oh, I already did that. Okay, 12 months. I will change that. The 12 months. But how about like something like the exceptions may be made due to the COVID-19 pandemic or something like that.
A crisis or.
Yeah. Okay. But do if we're
you can word it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll say something like for at least 12 months if the remote work is requested due to a crisis response.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. Okay. Then we go into the general expectations. You're supposed to comply with all the policies. So county commission rules, policies, practice, and instructions, and understand that a violation of such may result in the termination of the remote work agreement and or disciplinary action up to and including dismissal. Employees who remote work will be subject to the same policies as other employees. So that's just basically saying, even though you're working at a different location, the same policies apply to you. The regular schedule and total number of hours that remote work employees are expected to work will not change, regardless of work location, and employees are expected to work their normal schedule unless a manager provides prior approval to adjust the employee's regular working schedule. Personal tasks and errands should only be performed during the employee's scheduled breaks and lunches. The county also expects the same level of productivity from remote work employees that is expected from employees at the central workplace. Remote work employees are expected to maintain a presence within the employee's department while working remotely. Presence may be maintained by using appropriate technology, including but not limited to a computer, email, messaging application, video conferencing, instant messaging, and or text messaging. The employee is expected to maintain the same response time as when working in person and shall make themselves available to attend scheduled work meetings or other in-person obligations as required by the department head elected official and the employee's job description. Remote work employees may be required at any time to commute to the central workplace as deemed necessary by the department head elected official. This is something that we did not address, and we need it. This is one of the big reasons for having this in writing is the FLSA. Remote work employees who are not exempt from the overtime requirements of the Fair Labor Standards Act will be required to report all hours worked in the manner designated by the county, and that will be using our Tyler system. And if they're working in excess of their hours, they need to, just like when they're on site, get the advance approval of the employee's direct supervisor before they perform any overtime work.
Yeah, I'm glad that was going to be my question. So glad it was addressed. Yeah. Good.
And I mean, sometimes it's easy, especially when you're working at home, and I'm exempt, so it doesn't matter. But I know, working at home, you just kind of keep working because there's no separation. So it's easy to work over, but we need to make sure that those employees who are not exempt are not working overtime, because even though they're working at home, we could still run afoul of the FLSA. So we need to make sure that they know that they're not supposed to be doing that, and they need to keep track of it. And then again, department heads, elected officials may require employees to report to the central workplace. Use of leave. Employees cannot use remote work in place of sick leave, family and medical leave, workers' compensation leave, or other types of leave. However, the county may determine whether or not it is appropriate to offer remote work as an opportunity for partial or full return to work based on the county's return to work policies following an injury or illness, and the criteria normally applied to decisions regarding the approval of remote work. This is another big one that we need to, that is the reason we need it in writing, is liability. The county commission assumes no responsibility for injuries occurring in the employee's alternate work location outside the agreed upon work hours, or for injuries that occur during working hours, but do not arise out of and in the course of employment. The county also assumes no liability for damages to employees' real or personal property resulting from participation in the remote work program. Workers' compensation coverage is limited to designated work areas in the employee's home or alternate work locations. Employees agree to practice the same safety habits they would use in county offices and to maintain safe conditions in their alternate work locations. Employees must follow normal procedures for reporting illness or injury. And then Josh, this is the section where I address the alternate work location. And feel free to change it, but I just wanted to go through it before and then you can tell me how you want to change it. So remote work employees are expected to designate an alternate work location and be present at that location during the employee's regular working hours. An employee must provide the address of the alternate work location to the department head, that should be /elected official, before remote work begins. An employee may only work remotely from the designated alternate work location. Any changes in the alternate work location must be approved by the department head elected official before the employee is permitted to work from a different location. So that's the alternate work location provision. So you can change it, you just have to get permission. And if you want me to change that, I'd be happy to.
Just from my perspective, I mean, unless you're a public safety official that has to be close to the office for emergency or whatever, I mean, I really don't see a need to tell your supervisor where you are at any given point, so long as you're logged in, completing your work in a timely fashion and so forth. But I'm sure there's a difference of opinion with that.
Yeah, the only reason is that the liability, so, we think someone's working from their home and then they decide to work from a different location. And, I mean, we've had people, I know of employees who actually commuted to an alternate work location several hours away during the work day.
That's a problem.
So if they're in an accident, commuting to an alternate work location we didn't know anything about, that's the only reason and we're also saying you have to keep that location, safe. It has to be suitable for work. So that's the only reason that I said I don't care where they do it. If they come in and say, hey, this weekend I'm traveling someplace and the next week I'd like to work from this location, I think as long as they tell us that and it's suitable to perform their job duties and they get their job duties done, I don't think that's a problem. But for some people, I mean, we have allowed, there are some employees who are working remotely who, if something happens, they may be required to come in to work. And so there are some employees, you know, according to their job descriptions, if we call them in, they should be available to come in.
Yeah, that gives me a little bit of, the liability issue gives me a little bit of heartburn because, you know, if someone has a good reason for working remotely, other than just, hey, I'm going to work from home today, and I would think that that would exempt the county. I mean, to me, they've made that choice to work from home or work remotely, wherever that may be. It would seem to me that they would take on any responsibility for their safety at that point. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, they do, but there's also workers' compensation that we have to deal with. So I'm trying to.
Yeah, and that's the issue that I see with that. Yeah.
I mean, I think all that gets kind of fuzzy.
It does.
But essentially what Stephanie has done here is said that, I'm not looking at it right now exactly on the screen, but she said that they agree to keep, you know, their workplace at home in basically as good a condition as the county as far as safety is concerned, something like that.
That's further down.
You know, it's a little fuzzy. I mean, like I could fall over a dog around here that I probably couldn't do at work. but you know, generally, I think how the policy is written is it's saying that, you know, a person agrees to have a safe place to work at home. So that would probably count against them if, you know, if they didn't do that.
Yeah, I just would like to that's fine. I would just like to be clear that, you know, if they choose to work from home.
Right.
Yeah.
And I do kind of say that, you know, if you're injured at home, it has to be in the course of your employment. It can't be, you know, something that I said that above. And then also further down, I addressed the quality of the remote work location.
Please leave a message.
I'm not sure what happened.
Other than that, I'm, you know, that's just the one thing so far that I've seen that really causes me any concern. But yeah, so far so good. Other than that one thing.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very hard to define exactly because we've got to be flexible, especially now. So.
Did you want me to change it? Because right now we have them designating an alternate work location and letting us know if that changes. Did you want me to change that? I think Commissioner Compton is in favor of changing it. Are there other commissioners who want me to change that?
Change it to what?
Being able to work anywhere, I think is what.
I mean, well, what you mentioned was somebody driving during working hours. Obviously, that's unacceptable. Just from my standpoint, with some positions you pull out because of public safety, as I've said a few times, as long as they're performing their job during working hours adequately and with good work, it should be irrelevant of where they are as long as they're on a computer. So
and permission to be away and not within the confines of the office that they work in normally. I mean,
exactly. But I mean,
I don't have a problem with that as long as their supervisor knows where they are and approves that, and the county is not liable for anything that may happen as a result of their not being in the office.
Yeah, so I think that is currently how it's written. We say that they'll designate a primary alternate location, but if it changes, they get it's approved by the department head / elected official before it's further developed.
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine with me.
Go ahead, Jane.
Maybe I can make it better by saying an employee may change the alternate work location, but it must be approved by the department head elected official. Is that better?
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
That's fine. Stephanie, I have one just general comment to make, and then I'll be quiet. Just,
Yes.
Obviously, we're in unprecedented times with COVID and stuff, and I understand certain county employees have certain roles and so forth. I would hope certain elected officials and department heads would take into account that everybody is human and have a lot of other things going on in personal and professional. So when you're going to just flat out deny or approve something, take all those things into consideration.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, especially for employees who have kids that were in school during their work hours that are now home and are attempting to do some schoolwork too. So it's a tough position for any family. So.
Yeah, I have a young kid too, and I know that the daycare situation with some parents, especially very young kids, it's a significant concern for mothers and fathers. So maybe they don't want to send their kid to daycare, they're juggling with their spouse or whatever. I hope department heads and all that take into account these circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, for some people, like it's unfortunate, but you know, if somebody's a dispatcher or a deputy, they don't have that option.
Right.
Or to remote work.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think generally we're pretty flexible here. We try to be anyway.
Yeah.
So this going on, we require the employees must establish an appropriate work environment within the designated alternate work location. Employees are required to have a working internet connection that is adequate to permit the employee to perform the job from the alternate work location. The county is not responsible for the costs associated with maintaining or providing an adequate internet connection at the alternate work location. Remote work yes.
To that point, I know we have issues with internet in parts of Jefferson County. Some employees may live in those parts. Would that be then an accommodating thing to provide if they're in one of those locations?
So we did provide, we provided a hotspot. The problem is that when we provided that hotspot, the employee somehow used all of the data so our data is in blocks, and we looked at it, and all of the data for the tablets that run the deputies, everybody basically in public safety, that data had been used up by providing that hotspot. I think we could, you know, and that was an out of county hotspot. It wasn't in Jefferson County. Most of our workforce who can telecommute. And in that instance, it wasn't that internet wasn't available to the employee just didn't pay for the internet. So they could get reliable internet service at their home. They didn't, and instead use the hotspot that we provided. So we've now had almost all of the workforce who can telework has performed some type of telework, and I haven't heard of any issues with anyone other than that one instance that I just told you. We haven't had any issues with anyone being able to, you know, log in and log in remotely and perform their job. I'm not aware. And, you know, in the spring, we were rotating employees on telework, and I don't think anyone was having a problem. The other thing is that you can, you know, you can do some of your job. So let's say like the internet isn't very reliable at your home, but you can, you know, let's use Jess as an example. Maybe she doesn't have reliable internet at her house, but she could certainly like work on the minutes. And then maybe she has to come into the office for a couple of hours to do the internet portion. I think that was also true for some employees in payroll. They could run the payroll somewhat remotely, but then they had to actually come into the office to maybe like transfer it over to the bank or something like that. So I don't foresee, we haven't had anyone who is just like exclusively teleworking and never coming into the office. There may be times that you have to come into the office, you know, there may be things that you cannot do from home. And, you know, we've accommodated that by saying come in after hours if you're, you know, to eliminate the number of people in the office. So I'm not aware that employees having internet has been a barrier to telework, but I did put this in here because we ended up using up data that was earmarked for public safety. And, you know, once we hit that point of data, then it slows down, and that's the data that the deputies are using out in their cruisers to run, you know, when they're pulling people over and stuff like that. So, you know, I think if internet is available to you, you ought to provide it on your own. If it's not available to you and you really do need a hotspot because it's not reliable, I think we can work with the employee, but that wasn't the case that I'm aware of, and that is the only case that I'm aware of where an employee needed internet.
All right, that's
And
fine. Thanks.
Yeah, Stephanie, I think the internet connection and so forth will have to be on a case-by-case basis. And you know, if the usage is not correlating with the work, or it's overused for some reason, you know, then we make adjustments to that arrangement. So.
Right. Remote work employees are required to have a working telephone or cell phone at the remote work location and ensure that incoming calls to their office phone are forwarded to the remote location phone or cellular phone. I think everybody's doing this with ShoreTel, or I don't think it's not ShoreTel anymore. I can't remember the name of our new provider, but we have the ability to do that, and almost everyone is forwarding their work calls when they're working remotely. And then we also ask remote employees not to hold office visits or in-person meetings at their alternative work locations unless the department head or elected official is aware of that. Then we go on to equipment and materials. Normally, the county will provide equipment and materials needed by employees to effectively perform their duties. However, the county will not duplicate resources between the central workplace and the alternate work location. I think we've issued laptops to everyone who needs them. Right now, we do have some people who are sharing. So because we're rotating people we have employees on a rotating schedule, some employees are sharing laptops. So, you know, they might take the laptop home one week and then the next week it's there for the employee who's on the at-home rotation to take home. Remote work employees may use county-owned equipment only for legitimate county business. Remote work employees are responsible for protecting county-owned equipment from theft, damage, and unauthorized use. The county will maintain, service, and repair county-owned equipment used in the normal course of employment. The remote work employee is responsible for returning equipment to the central workplace for repairs or service. Remote work employees are not permitted to use their own equipment for remote work. And I put this in here because many of our employees, in order to get to our shared drives and even use the Tyler system, the financial system, they have to remote in on a VPN, and allowing employees to use their own equipment poses a security risk to our network. So if an employee needs to work from home, we will issue them a laptop. We've been purchasing laptops, and those have been reimbursed through the CARES Act when we've had to purchase them for employees to have at home. The county is not responsible for costs associated with the setup of an alternate office space, such as remodeling, furniture, or lighting, nor for repairs or modifications to the alternate office spaces. The county is not obligated to assume responsibility for operating costs, home maintenance, or other costs incurred by employees in the use of their homes as a remote work by employees in use of their homes as a remote work location. I need to get rid of alternate. And this is just
works there in that last sentence. You have two
what is
works.
it? Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Patsy.
You're welcome.
So I really like doing the policies virtually because you can see it and follow along and see what I'm doing and catch when I make mistakes like that. County information, employees must safeguard county information used or accessed while working remotely. The county must grant permission for employees to work on restricted access information or material at alternative work locations. I'm not sure that we have a lot of that, but it's possible that we could, so that's why I threw it in there. Remote work employees must agree to follow county-approved security procedures in order to ensure confidentiality and security of data. Then I have a form, and basically the form acknowledges that the employee has looked at this policy, understands it. It allows them to designate the work location and document what equipment we provided to them in order to allow the remote work. And then since we already have employees who are working remotely, you know, we'll want them to look at this policy and understand it and bring them into compliance. And I gave about a week to do that from the effective date, which would be today. So basically the department heads would just have to reach out and say, hey, the county commission approved this policy. You know, you're expected to comply with it and, you know, sign this document that you understand. And then this is a denial of request for remote work or any other action relating to the policy. They're encouraged to discuss the concern with their department head elected official. If the discussion with the department head does not resolve the issue, an employee may request an informal review of a telecommute decision by the county administrator. However, if an employee works in an elected official, I don't think the county commission wants to get involved in that. So the decision of an elected official is final and not subject to review by the county administrator or county commission. So it would be only county commission employees who could do that. And then I could, if I could add another, currently employees are using our issue resolution, which is policy 205. And the final step in that after my decision is to come to the county commission. So what we could say is, you know, right here, just say employees may use the issue resolution policy to request review of a telecommute decision. But again, elected official employees would not be able to use that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I have this in PDF, which is why it's being funky here. I'll have to go back and format it later. So that's it. It basically just kind of outlines what our expectations are for employees who are remote working or telecommuting. And some of it, I just, like I said, I added in there because I think in the spring we didn't have a written thing, and I had, you know, elected officials or department heads contacting me saying, hey, my employee did this and I don't think they ought to be able to do that. And then, you know, you don't have anything in writing. So, and also I wanted to limit the county's liability. Ethan, are you there? Is there anything that you think I forgot to include?
No, I reviewed it this morning when you sent it to me, and I mean, I think it's fine. It's a question of a policy decision about, you know, what Josh said about where to work versus not. I mean, I guess when Josh was saying that, I was thinking about if someone maybe has a better place to work occasionally at the coffee shop or something instead of at home, depending on what might be happening or something like that. I suppose they could always just inform their supervisor that that's what they're doing and make, you know, whatever.
The other thing we could do is put it in the agreement to say, you know, usually I'll be working at home, but occasionally I'll be working at, you know, the coffee shop on the corner.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, I think.
I mean, I could just see, like, if you had smaller kids or, you know,
Yeah.
super barky dogs and you're getting a bunch of UPS deliveries that day or something, it might be better to be somewhere else than it is at home.
So
Obviously,
why don't-
like Josh said, not at the beach, but somewhere.
Right.
reasonable.
Yeah, yeah, and I kind of I feel like, this is not a substitute for being able, if you have a sick child or someone in your family is
Right.
sick that needs your attention, this is not for that situation.
Right.
You know.
And that's why I say it's not a substitution for other leave. I did a lot of so when I write a policy, I always go and I gather a whole bunch of policies from different people to see what everyone else is doing, and then I kind of say, okay, this, I kind of try to take the best from each of them. Many of the policies said that if you had small children at home actually it said anybody who needs dependent care, so it could be even an elderly relative, that you were required to have someone else at home to help care. I took that out because of COVID. We do have some people who are working remotely who have small children. But if you really aren't able to work, a full schedule, and I think most employees, children are distracting, and I can attest to that. I have a 4 and a 6-year-old, and I much prefer to be here in the office than at home. And also my husband, I think he counts as a child. If I had to list the people in order, my husband would be the most distracting when he's home. So I took that out, but it does say that it's not supposed to be, so if you are caring for a sick child who really needs your undivided attention or most of your attention, you should really be taking sick leave for that, rather than trying to work remotely and take care of someone who really needs your attention. And that's why I put that. So I put that in there as opposed to requiring people to have, and some of the policies didn't, and these are, which surprised me because some of these policies were amended in response to COVID, and they still required employees not to be home alone with minor children. And I just didn't think that that was really the intent. So I kind of struck the compromise to say, okay, it's not a substitute for leave like sick leave or vacation. So, and the other thing is that, as I said, this isn't a COVID policy. I have this as a remote work policy that we could use out of COVID. If you want to make it just COVID, I can do that. I'll leave that up to you. Right now, the way it's written, it's remote work for any time of whenever an employee would want to request remote work. It does say it's not an entitlement, it has to be approved by the supervisor, but this policy could transcend a post-COVID workforce, and that's up to you. If you want me to change it to just make it, while we're in a declaration for the COVID-19 pandemic, I can certainly do that and put an expiration date on it.
This is Josh. I think going forward, most government entities, private corp, etc., are going to have some semi-virtual workspace. I think it's a good idea to keep it open rather than segment it just COVID specific. It even cuts down on costs. So as long as everybody can do their jobs and maybe is in and out of the office, I think it's a good thing going forward. So that's just my prerogative.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think we need to leave it as is because I don't know when, who will rule that COVID is completely over. I think that's another consideration. And, as far as people working from coffee shops, that should not be your standard operating practice. But I was in Panera one day when Comcast was down countywide, and there were people in there with their laptops trying to get their work done. So we all know, especially in a storm situation or something like that, some folks may need to relocate just to have their internet connection.
Sure. Or it could, you could be where you're somehow stuck in a, when I first got sick a few weeks ago, I was at the urgent care and I had a Board of Health meeting. And so I was doing my Board of Health meeting sitting in the front seat of my car while waiting on, a few things. So you get into weird situations like that. But but I suppose, most supervisors would be understanding if that happened to be an issue. Or like Stephanie said a minute ago, you could maybe, just let your supervisor know in advance that because of this reason, I need to be somewhere else to work today, but I'm still working or whatever.
So I did,
I think,
and
go ahead.
And I did change it to say that, what is it? Sorry, I'm moving all over the place here. I did change it to say that an employee could designate more than one alternate work location in the beginning. And then they also have the ability to change it. So I'm not even opposed, and I told my employees this if they needed to go somewhere, I wasn't opposed to them telling me like, hey, I'll be working from this location, next week. And I mean, there may be times where they can do that, but there may be a week where I say, I'm probably going to need to call you in here on Monday because we're going to need to do the agenda, so you can't do that. So it just kind of depends on what's going on in the department and what the employee's job functions are. I tried to make the policy as flexible as I could, but also provide some like minimum level of expectation.
Yeah, and I think it's great. I think it's fine. I don't want it to get to the point that we lose services to the public, though. I mean, I think that that's something that each department head and elected official need to be on top of, and I'm sure they will be, because if you have a line of people waiting to get into your office to do something that really needs to be done, that's something too. But I have no problem with this as long as we don't lose public services and as long as employees can be accountable for a full workday.
And that's why I put that typically remote work is only partial. I can think of some employees who, they have health conditions where they're immunocompromised. They're mostly working from home, but then they're also coming into the office after everyone is gone. But that's why I said it's only partial in most instances. You would not have a case where most of the time where an employee is just exclusively working from home, because we do need people. We can do a lot of work remotely, but we still need faces in the office sometime to assist the citizens. So we can't have all of the clerks people can't be out on remote work because then there's nobody here.
Right. And then you have people that really should be resting who are working, and I don't know what we do about that one.
Right. Nathan.
Nathan.
Yeah,
so if
I'm
you
going to make the motion that we adopt the remote work policy as presented, also allowing for grammatical, corrections and formatting as presented by the county administrator.
Second.
Okay.
Is that a motion, Jane, or were you asking for
I
motion?
thought I made it a motion, but maybe not.
Okay, I thought you made it a motion too, so I second that motion.
All right. Any comments, more discussion on the motion? Okay. The motion before us is to adopt this remote work policy as presented by the county administrator today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All righty. Now we are to go down to Mr. Cochran, I believe.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, because of just the late hour, I'm going to pass over every thing that I have except for I did want to discuss with the commission the last item on the agenda of my part of the agenda, the issues regarding It's basically regarding the solar text amendment. We may briefly, very briefly discuss the item above that, the issue regarding the Charlestown City Council. And also there's another item up there regarding the solar text amendment, the bonding and related matters. Also there's one additional item regarding the report by council regarding the fire board and the emergency ambulance service. I just have a very brief update on that for you. Because of the nature of these issues, some are in litigation and some involve potential liability. I would recommend that the commission go into executive session to discuss these items.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion that we enter executive session to receive legal advice on the items relating to the fire board and emergency ambulance service, the city council, Charlestown City Council changes to Article 127, and items related to the solar text amendment. That cover everything.
And then the last item.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that covers everything. You know, there's a solar text amendment and then there's litigation regarding it. And there's a couple of items that we need to discuss and hear from our outside counsel on that for just a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna second the motion and run through the list because I want to make sure that we've included them all. I think maybe one got skipped over. Report by council about fire board, emergency services board, and ESA. Legal issues regarding proposed solar text amendment. Discussion with council regarding Charlestown City Council, Article 147. And discussion of all aspects of Jefferson County Circuit Court Civil Action 20-C-125 and 20-C-132-137. Now, did we get all those, Nathan?
I believe that you did.
Okay. So everybody clear on that, what we will be discussing in executive session? Hearing no comments, a vote on the motion to go into executive session on the 4 items outlined. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we will recess out of this and go to our executive session and then have to come back to adjourn or take further action.
Stephanie, is it correct to exit out of this program?
Yes, because you can't unless you have 2 machines, you can't be in both at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Couldn't understand why I wasn't hearing anybody, and I forgot to change my headphones to the other, or my phone to my computer. Too much electronics.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Rohrbaugh. He got on. Now, do we have Josh and Caleb? Stephanie?
I'm here.
I'm
here.
Okay,
Oh,
never mind. Okay.
all right. Well, we used to see at least a telephone number, but now I'm not seeing anything on the screen, but no big deal.
I can see it because I'm an organizer, so I can see them, but we're only allowed to have 2 organizers, and that's Sandy and I, so that's why you can't see it. Usually we do see like a little box for Caleb. I don't know why it's not doing that, but I see him here.
Yeah, we did on the executive session one.
Yeah.
You can see
So
that Josh was there. Yeah.
They're owned by the same people, but one is GoToMeeting and one is GoToWebinar. So GoToMeeting has things that I like and GoToWebinar has things that I like. And if I could mesh the two if I could put the two together, we would have the ideal platform for the regular county commission meeting, but unfortunately they don't do that. I did submit comments to them though.
I will make the motion that we exit executive session and reconvene in our regular session.
Second.
All right. Motion is before us. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion is unanimous. I'm going to make the motion that we approve the hiring of Mr. Rohrbaugh in reference to the Circuit Court Civil Action 20-C-125 and 20-C-132-137, and to proceed as directed in executive session.
Second.
We have any questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So you have your marching orders, Mr. Rohrbaugh.
Thank you. I'll
Okay.
get right on it.
All right. Do we have any other business to come before us today? Anything I've missed on the agenda or anything else?
I think we've covered everything, and therefore I move we adjourn.
And I'm going to second that. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion is unanimous. And thank you for a long day. We got a lot done, but it took a while. All right. See you later.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good day.